what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that would bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the rivers, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now. Are you ready?
corner where the big boys play.
Times may be uncertain, but one thing remains true. There is a simple power in people coming together to share knowledge and build a strong community towards the same goal. Edutainment Show Live 2020 is a 10-day education seminar with 150 industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars, panels, and workshops every day. In the last few days, we've spoken about content creation, digital marketing becoming bigger, event production, artist management, design and design thinking, music, radio, fashion design as a career, and much more. In the coming few days, we have an interesting set of panels for filmmaking, journalism, learning about how your passion can become your bills-paying career, and more. The journey of edutainment started in 2013 and has helped and guided a huge number of students through exciting career choices in creative studies, with participation of several institutes and accomplished industry experts. Edutainment Show strives to continue their tradition. I would like to welcome you all to the 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. We have India's first 3D virtual expo exhibition for media and design happening simultaneously. Please go to www.edutainmentshow.in and register. There is a daily giveaway for 3 lucky winners with Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 each. All you have to do is visit the stall and look for cookies in the document section. Collect all 3 cookies and send a screenshot on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. For more details, please do visit www.edutainmentshow.in. Our first session for today is a panel discussion on media industry post-COVID from the marketer's eye, powered by MET Institute of Mass Media. The moderator for the panel is Satyabrata Das, Head Strategic Alliance, Lakshya Media Group, and COO Media Keys India. Joining him, we have Rajiv Dubey, Head of Marketing, Dabur India. Saugata Bagchi, Global Head, Content Marketing, Tata Communications. Swaroop Anand Mohanty, CEO, Mirai Asset Global Investment. Vivek Srivatsa, Head Marketing, Passenger Vehicles Business Unit, Tata Motors. Mangesh Karadikar, Director, MET Institute of Mass Media. Let's learn from the experts on pre, during, post-COVID, what to expect. Over to our moderator, Satyabrata.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this amazing session. And we have some of the best people in the industry today with us. I think the host has already introduced all of them, but I'll go a little further and maybe introduce them because I don't know them a little better. I'll introduce them. First of all, Vivek Srivatsa, Head of Marketing, Tata Motors. Vivek comes as one of the best guys I know in marketing in automobiles, with a huge experience. Apart from Tata, he's been a part of the Renault Group for a long time, and before that with Maruti Suzuki as head of product, group product head, and he also floated big with Philips as a company. Welcome, Vivek. And
thank you so much, Satya.
Let me go to another friend of mine called Rajiv Dubey. Actually, we should call him Rajiv Dabur Dubey. Rajiv has been with Dabur for almost close to 3 decades, almost 25 years with Dabur. Amazing commitment. I don't know any sales guy in the country who doesn't know Rajiv. He's been very, very helpful. one of the best marketing guys that I know. And he also was the CEO of Adver, which is a part of Dabur Group. Hello, Rajiv, and welcome,
Right.
Rajiv. Yeah. And then we have Saugata Bakchi. Saugata Bakchi is now the head of global content at Tata Group. Saugata Bakchi was also the head of digital for the Omnicom Group, that is WPP Group. And Saugata is one of the best minds that we have in the country today in terms of knowledge with respect to digital and all other the entire ecosystem that we have currently. Welcome aboard, Saugata.
Thank you.
And now about Sarup Anand Mohanty. Sarup, I know for long. I know Sarup for almost, I don't know, 35 years now. Sarup has been a college mate, and Sarup has seen entire financial asset management ecosystem, and Sarup has worked with all the companies, I can say, starting from Religare, from Aditya Birla Group, from and all in leadership position. Currently, the CEO of Marine Asset Management, the best performing asset management company in the country currently. Welcome aboard, Sarup.
Hey, thanks, Satya. Thanks for having me.
And we have the gentleman from MET, Dr. Madhukar. I don't know much about him, but I understand today morning we spoke, and very nice conversation. Looking forward to engage more with you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And so, you know what, we will, so although the subject is about post-COVID, the way things will work out, I think there are a lot of students who are seeing this, and we will, what I intend to do is I want to keep it a little fluid. So you should come up with more ideas and more things that you have with you, so that it becomes a little more, open-ended, so that it's not restricted to the question. So I have done a small premise, which I just want to read out, so the context is being created, and then we go to a question. Is it okay? Is the right way to do it? Yeah.
Yep.
And then,
Sure.
also, I think we will skew a little towards the students, because they are the one who are consuming this today. Although there are a lot of professionals as well. Yeah. So, I remember this famous saying by Stephen Hawking. Once said, "Intelligence is the ability to adapt the change." So I think there's a lot of change that is going to come. So you have to be intelligent to see the change, and we all know that it's a redefining moment, and the retention between the brand and consumer. So the brand custodians or the brand marketers need to embrace the change, act accordingly. There was life which was happening during March, April, which was when COVID was strong. There is now unlock happening. So, so life in between, and there'll be life post COVID when the vaccine comes. So it's quite. We'll see how it pans out. So this is unprecedented times. It's a black swan event, and that is kind of sends shockwaves across the globe in terms of supply chains has been disrupted, marketing investment has been partially kept on hold. So as we all are seeing the unlock down coming in a phased out manner, the country is opening up to different zones. We are evident to a fundamental shift in the consumer buying behavior, the media consumption, the media spending is seeing a hike in essentials and health and hygiene. That's where I'll come to Rajiv on that. Discretionary spends continue to tumble. The planned purchase are being put on hold as saving cash is being a big priority. So on that, I'll come to Sarup to understand more about that. Likewise, in advertising space, also, there is explosive growth with respect to digital content consumption. We know that how the social media, OTT, and gaming is getting huge spike, and there's almost a 40-50% increase in TV viewership. And but however, with all that, the TV investment has gone down. I think I understand from market that around 50-70% degrowth in the marketing spends, but the silver lining is, it's picking up, and the market's opening and it's picking up. So my first thing will be, as we are seeing the unlocking of the phase 2 effective from 1st July, and more green and orange zones to come by, as a brand marketer, how are you looking at this space to opening up, and are you getting ready for it? Who's going to take Rajiv or Vivek? Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rajiv, please.
So markets are opening up, and the good part is that things are going back to normal very, very quickly. Things are going
Okay,
back to normal very, very quickly,
that's a good
and
sign. It's very good.
and we hope that I mean, it will not be normal very soon. I think it will take some time to be for things to be normal very soon. But uh, one is expecting a good recovery. I mean, that's what I would say. It won't be normal. It will not be same again, but expecting a good recovery. That's how.
I mean, as a brand, which because I'm seeing a lot of immunity related issues and things. As a brand, Dabur as a brand has got something called Dabur Chyawanprash. Do you think there was a huge spike in consumption of that, and how did you address that particular?
Absolutely. So brand like Dabur Chyawanprash sells primarily in winter months. Traditionally,
Yeah,
it sells in the winter months. But this year, summer months, we have seen an unprecedented growth in Chyawanprash.
okay,
So what happens is that everything has to be backward integrated. Suppose suddenly a demand comes for 4 times your regular sales, but you're not ready for it, right? Because you have to procure all the raw material and everything, and 2 months back, 3 months back, there was a lockdown, a severe lockdown. So one suffered a bit, but one ramped up the production and in order to meet the demand. So there are some products, immunity products, which are seeing a unprecedented growth, unprecedented demand in the marketplace. Whereas there's some categories which are not showing any traction at all. Discretionary products,
okay,
which you mentioned in your opening remarks, those
yeah.
are seeing very low demand right now.
Okay, okay. So coming back to you, Vivek, do you think automobile as a category, somehow we didn't see much of promotion of automobile during? I mean, understandably so, because obviously dealerships were closed. Do you think with the opening up, dealerships slowly opening up in green zones and orange zones, do you see phase two? I mean, from next month first, are you all gearing up for opening up and your products going out? How are you looking at it?
Yeah, in fact, our dealership started opening early in May, and
Oh, great.
right now we have about 90% of our dealerships fully functional.
Okay.
The last 1 month has been pretty good for us as well as the auto industry. I think we have with of the payment last 2 months. In terms of preparedness, I think very stringent SOPs have been put in place to ensure that our dealerships are very safe for customers to visit, as well as our test drive cars. Auto industry is extremely touch and feel, so actually
Yeah.
it's completely contrary to what COVID requires. But I would say we have adapted and the start has been good.
Oh, brilliant. Is there in between? Did you flirt with the idea of people at home? So can we do something to do with digital, where AR, VR, virtual reality, if people can kind of touch and feel, do this kind of a product, which is automobile product, look at things like that? Does it work that way? Because I think Mahindra and few people tried it.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, this is more automakers are working on. There's about 35 different steps in an automotive purchase, and the attempt is to see how many of them can be taken
Correct.
online. Every automaker is moving in this direction, and I would say online purchase automotive has been greatly accelerated by COVID, and that's one silver lining. Ultimately, customers will benefit, and so much so that I can say the company which delivers the best experience online, the company which will succeed in the future.
Wow, brilliant. So this is one question which is crossing my mind, and I think this question might be crossing a lot of marketers' mind. Uh, I'm just thinking, how will the target segment's behavior change? That's one question which I think every marketer's mind would be grappling with. How do you think the consumers' altered lifestyle? Because everybody lifestyle is slowly changing. I mean, we are in a different wardrobe currently when we're talking. It's changing a lot. Will it impact the marketing message? This altered lifestyle. How will the wallet share of a consumer? Will it expand? Will it shrink? Because we know there has been salary cuts, there have been job losses. Do you think it will shrink? And how will a consumer? Because all of us are looking at festive. So how will the consumer react to the festival 2020? Because all of us look eagerly looking at that October, November when market might open up in a big way. There's a big spike, and all of us are looking at that. So Saugata, would you like to take this and just kind of tell us how do you look at it, and then maybe I want everybody in the panel to kind of take it.
Yeah, sure, Satya. I would, probably just put a disclaimer in the beginning saying answering this question is like trying to gaze into a crystal ball, because we will know the actual consumer behavior once the rubber hits the road, right? But I think if one goes through the trend reports and generally conversations around us across strata, across age groups, across different life stages, I think it's people are in two minds, right? On one hand, there is the urge and the tendency to go back to what was quote unquote normal in the past. There's a set way of living that all of us have grown up with. The second part of the brain actually talks about being more cautious, being more discretionary, being a little more careful with the cash in hand, given the realities that you spoke about, right? So I think it's going to be a caution led approach. The fact also is that in this lockdown period, for people who have not been affected financially, the disposable income would have probably gone up, because, as you rightly said, the altered lifestyles has also curtailed spending in certain areas which would have otherwise seen outflow of cash, right? So
Correct.
there will be money to spend. But I think as customers, consumers, and all of us on this panel and the audience included, we'll probably be looking for more value in every rupee or every dollar that we spend, either professionally or in our personal capacity. And I think that will increase the demand on marketeers, on brands, and product manufacturers to provide more value, right? So that's what my 2 cents would be. But as I said, it's gazing into a crystal ball, so don't quote me on this.
Yeah, I know. No, Vivek, I would like to know from you, with respect to, see, I mean, we all of us know that there has been a course correction in the pay packs, and the consumers' purse strings are being a little more tight. So, do you think immediately opening up a purchase like automobile brand would have traction, or people? Are you seeing a good case scenario? Because I'll tell you, I mean, Sarup would relate to this. I'm currently in Orissa, and there were two festivals. One is called Rocho, and another festival. You cannot imagine the kind of people who came to the market. I was shocked. I said, "Oh my God!" I think, as Saugata said, gazing the crystal ball. I said, "God, I was thinking people will be at home doing nothing. The massive purchase. How do you take it, Vivek, in terms of an automobile purchase in this unlocked down period?"
Yeah. So one of the good things about automotive is that the demand, if anything, if whenever it exists, it's just postponed. We never lose the customer, unlike FMCG, where an opportunity lost is lost forever. So that is positive. We are kind of benefiting by that. As I said earlier, this month has started off very strong. So there's inclination for us to now opt for personal transportation. Definitely far safer for them and their families, and that is one element that we are seeing. So just like you said, in the festival markets, we have seen higher than June last year in terms of customer inquiries at our dealerships. So very encouraging, and also kind of
That's very
gives
good
us a
sign.
positive feeling that India's more resilient to this.
Yeah. Brilliant, brilliant. I'll go to the person who has seen finance as a market, and everybody is looking up to you, Saurabh, because you are the one who are performing the best in the market. So with this new norm of safety coming, how do you see of this behavioral change of people? Are they looking at this financial products and services immediately? And just speak your mind out, because everybody in the panel like to hear.
Satya, thanks for having me on the show. I see we are asset managers, and when we are asset managers, we are more reactors than sort of projectors. And our view is, make no mistake, COVID will be a telling sort of period in everybody's life. Let's face it, if somebody would have told us that there is a virus which is going to rule the world, and from countries like the US to Japan are struggling and we are all at home, that looks like a movie sort of story. But that is the reality. And when that happens and that extends for 2-3 months, the psychology of the person really sort of gets affected. And I think Saugata sort of talked about some amount of change in that. See, let's face it, our life when it comes to spending is divided into two parts. That is your needs and wants, right? And in this 2.5-3 months, that segregation has come down on each person in a very realistic manner. It is often said that an economy collapses if people just buy what they need, right? An economy grows when people buy what they want. And that's something which is playing on everybody's mind. Even if you want to spend something in the want category, you're not able to spend. So when you look at the Indian sort of history from the market's perspective, I think the first significant change in India happened with Maruti, and that sort of changed the consumption landscape of the country. I do believe for financial services, that was next came was the 2008 crisis, which sort of strengthened a lot of houses around the globe, and some did not even make it post that. So that was a very significant change. And then I thought demon was the trigger for digitalization, and I do believe for financialization of assets, COVID is that period where people now start restructuring their expense statements, really know that even without some of those wants, their life is going on quite fine. So people will start assessing their insurance needs. So this is the trigger, and from our perspective, we are very clear that the investment climate will increase. Whether we start getting a part of that is the bigger issue, which we have to address from a selfish point of view. But make no mistake, this is a very significant part, and like you were, and what can happen post this is pretty dramatic as we speak. And Satya was sort of talking about us coming from Odisha. As we speak, the Supreme Court has stopped the Rath Yatra for this year. As Odiyas, we do not know what will happen to our lives if Rath does not roll, but it is not going to roll, and life will go on. Such significant things will happen, and how it will impact us is only something which time will tell.
Oh, brilliant. I will, because there are a lot of students, I'll just kind of dive into a bit of one question where the student will relate to. And this is to anybody in the panel can take it. Maybe Saugata or Rajiv can take it now, or Mr. Madhukar will start, and then the rest of you can take it. Now that the final year media and advertising students are likely to step out of the campus selections, what are the special skills? Because life will not be the same post COVID, because now the student who will come has to be more of an entrepreneur than coming and having this honeymoon time at office. So what are the special skill and attribute that you're looking at these changing times, and what will be your advice for students to prepare themselves accordingly? I mean, first I want maybe Rajiv or Saugata to take it, then Mr. Madhukar maybe can come in and he'll tell what he's doing at MET to make it great.
Yeah, Rajiv, why don't you go first?
Rajiv.
Yeah, okay. So I think these are going to be very, very tough times, unprecedented times, and it'll be extremely difficult to I mean, for a company to hire somebody who's absolutely new, because keeping people who are already working with the company is also very tough. Having said that, these times are not going to last for too long. These bad times are not going to last for too long. I think it's just a matter of a few months. Maybe a couple of months. when things will get back to normal. I think, in my view, you asked about the special skills. I think people with analytical ability, people who can, churn numbers very fast, and somebody who can look at data in a very different way. These kind of jobs will matter a lot. And like, for example, in today's scenario, when we are all working from home, we are all relying on data a lot. So that's something is very important for our business. Our business entirely runs on data, because of so many business touch points. So that will be a very, very important factor going forward. That's my view. Yeah,
Swagata, I think.
Yeah, I think Rajiv, you're absolutely right. Data is going to, or data will continue to, rather, I should say, be super critical and super important. Just to add to what you're saying, see, the analytical side of the story is one. I think from a human element perspective, a lot of the learnings that students have had in their colleges will probably need to be unlearned. Right? You can't go and say that I'm an X brain person, so I'll only do creative work, or I'm a right brain person, so I'll only do analytics work. Right now, what the business needs is people who can contribute to business. Period. Right? How you realign your thinking, how you realign what you've learned, and you are able to highlight and demonstrate your potential contribution to business in the here and now, the midterm, and the long term. Here and now and midterm would be more critical, I would say, is what will decide the levels of success that you have in these immediate pre-COVID, post-COVID times, as well as in a slightly longer term, because the rules of the game, rules of engagement themselves are evolving as we speak, right? The other thing is, about about trying out, avenues which were probably non-socially acceptable till a few months back, right? Today, if an engineer comes out and he doesn't have an engineering job waiting for him, there's no problem in him going and trying sales. And that is probably something which he would have wanted to do, but societal pressure and familial pressure pushed him to become an engineer, right? There's a right time to go out and try, and you are studying what others have asked you to study, right? So don't always look at things as glass half full. These are also times which will let you experiment. It will let you bring out your own creative side, which you can unleash and contribute to the business. There's a good time to probably even go a small scale entrepreneur, because MSMEs are going to drive the business, and MSMEs are going to continue to be the driver of the economy. And there are a lot of new opportunities and avenues that are going to come up. Good time to even be an entrepreneur. So unlearn a lot of what you know, stay true to your basics, and focus on delivering value to
I think
business.
very well.
That's all I would say.
Can I?
Very well said. Very well said. Yeah, Mr. Madhukar, please come in. Please chime
Mangesh,
in.
it's Mangesh, not
Yeah,
Madhukar.
Mr. Mangesh.
Okay,
Mr. Mangesh.
I'll rather delve into your previous question a little bit and then come to this question.
Yeah,
We are also talking of media products and media consumption. The patterns
yeah.
in media production and media consumption has changed drastically. What we have seen in the last 3 months is that obviously films and theatrical distribution and those things have taken up beating. But we have seen OTT platforms subscription rising phenomenally. The issue is whether this habit of using these products, OTT products, is going to remain post-COVID. Are we going to see a pattern change? Are we going to see? So today, a lot of people are watching OTT platforms. They are watching all sorts of films and content there because they are not getting fresh content, because you cannot go to theaters and you can't go to live.
Correct. Yeah.
But is that habit going to be permanent? Are you going to keep watching those shows more than you're watching TV? That is something that is going to be interesting to note. So we are, on one hand, we have got a lot of consumers who are increasing day by day in the online platform, and we have got consumers who are reducing, and that is going to be interesting to see whether that reduction will remain permanent or we are going to see a rise. Are we going to revert back to our normal, as we say, after the post-COVID? Will the theaters be flooded again immediately after the post-COVID? Are we going to still be scared sitting beside an unknown person in the theater? Those are the kind of things that are going to rule how the media economy is going to perform. We are not even talking of media economics here. Media economics is something when you deal with we have got monopolistic organizations and oligopolistic organizations in media, and who decides the rates and who follows the rates and all that stuff. But there's one very important thing that we need to note is that media economics, the most important resource in media economics is human resource. And all organizations, whether media organizations or corporates, when you hire people in your, say, corporate communications or your creative side or your public relations departments, will have to look at that factor, because there will be a lot of people who will be wondering, what am I going to do after COVID? You asked me about what will happen to the students and what skill sets they need. As Mr. Siddhartha rightly pointed out, that they will need to be multitasking individuals. You rightly said that you can't say that I've learned journalism, so I just want to be a journalist and don't want to do anything else. You need to know camera, you need to know script writing, you need to know how to do digital marketing. Today, journalists are made to write in keywords in their regular journalistic reports. That's the way the journalistic world is functioning today. So you cannot learn anything in isolation. So what we are now doing is, of course, in MET, we have always been teaching very practical oriented, having a very practical oriented approach. But now that post-COVID, we are looking at restructuring our syllabus so that we have more of practical. We already have 70%. We are thinking of making it more practical approach and more skill-based and career-based training rather than theory. That is what is going to be the approach henceforth. And I think all media institutes will have to go into that kind of approach. We cannot have only theory. There are so many courses today which teach only theory and hardly any practicals are given to the students. Our approach has been practical, hands-on. So in a way, my students are already ready to take on this change. But overall, if you see, we'll have to look at multifaceted individuals, multi-skilled individuals, and we have to also train our students to be entrepreneurs.
Brilliant. I think, but taking from that, Mr. Sarup, if you are going to now hire somebody and you are looking at this multitasking guy, that or Vivek, if you're going to hire somebody post-COVID, what are you looking at? I mean, that razor sharp guy that you are trying to hire. I think Mr. Mangesh should hear that and maybe train his guys like that.
So I'll answer. Yeah. Satya, see, while there will be talent, and I do believe every student who is sitting or hearing us at this moment is talented. Okay, there is no doubt or debate on my mind on that. But one part which students forget, and I think it's a part of all our lives, is that you get a job through an interview, right? And are you prepared yourself for the interview, or how prepared are you to go through that interview process? And that's a skill, that's an art, let me tell you. And the skill and that art starts from writing your own resume. Typically at that age, there is this great exuberance to sort of oversell yourself and tell things which go beyond the strengths, and that's where they underestimate the interviewer. Are they doing enough homework before they come into that table? Are they dressed well for the occasion? Half the times the people get I mean, at least from financial services, because we are very straitjacketed in our approach, get cut because they come in without a polished shoe. That's how simple it is. So my humble submission to all the students is that I do believe that a person gets a job if he wants one, okay? And that want has to be there. That professionalism to approach that interview should be there. Whatever you want to tell about yourself should be practiced 200 times in front of a mirror before you come into that. If you write your resume, you should be able to point out at least 200 questions that can come out from your resume. Are you practicing 200 answers in 200 different types before you come to that room? So getting through an interview is a very, very, what can I say, tried and tested process. If one approaches it in a professional manner, one gets a job, as simple as that. So it does not depend on, we might look for a potential, we might go into a room looking for somebody, but there is a possibility that somebody can walk in and just wow us through that performance, okay? The key is taking that offer letter, and that's something which people need to concentrate and be very professional. Half the times, if I sit in front of you and you can interview me now, give me an hour's time, I'll prepare and come. Half the answers which I'll tell in front of you will be really rehearsed answers, but 25 years in the market, it will look as if it's a very natural answer. But that's the job. When you sit in front of the other person, are you able to communicate very intensely and with sincerity? That's even if the person does not want you, he should be forced to have a look at you. That's very key. This is my opinion.
I think it's one of the best sessions for the students who are watching this. Whatever 300, 400, 500 students who are watching it. I think amazing takeaways from Sarup, Saugata, and the entire panel, and Rajiv. I think I'll just move out a bit from the student and get into a little more specific with respect to what I thought. This is to all the marketers. How are you trying to connect with the consumer, feeling and behaving post COVID? Because I'm seeing that there's a certain change in the behavioral aspect. Will the brand messaging quickly adapt the changing times and have specific strategy and demonstrate the way to meet the new consumer? Like for instance, I was thinking a specific time for elderly people to shop, maybe a different time zone for shopping, and maybe a different time for the medicos and medical workers, the COVID warriors for shopping. Multiple things, come to my mind when I'm thinking about it. And Rajiv, another thing is, has the improvement of technology infrastructure, coupled with experience and reduction in the barriers of trial. I'm seeing that without trial, I'm also buying product. Do you think buyers will adapt to this online shopping which they already, and they'll buy this high ticket value products? And as COVID-19 changed the way consumers shop, I mean, anybody can take.
Yeah, in fact, so if you look at the e-commerce business right now, in the current scenario, that's doing pretty well right now in the sense that it's gone up leaps and bounds, and this entire business of online shopping, it works on a premise that one has a choice of returning the product. So even for the high ticket items, if I as a consumer I have a confidence that the seller will take it back if I don't like it. So that makes things very easy. So that's what online shopping has done to people in this country, and because of which that has gone up. So what I would say is that that's the way forward. I think that's the way forward in these times. However, these options of shopping for different time zones for different people, that also is a very, very appealing thing for marketers. But in these times, these options have worked very well. I mean, when the lockdown was there and the government allowed a bit of e-commerce delivery, and things took off from there. So I think that can be extended to other categories as well. Apart from, I'm talking about FMCG right now, but other categories also could follow this lead. But this promise that I'll take back my product if I don't like it. That's something gives a lot of confidence to consumers.
So I think Vivek has taken this question of high ticket value products. I mean, there has to be a touch and feel. Vivek, have you seen any consumer buying a product, a automobile product online? I mean, are you seeing that spike in that?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a spike, so it was very close to zero earlier. And it's a situation where every single product you sell is a huge gain. And if you look at it in that kind of a scale, it is a huge jump. We've gone well into double digits on a daily basis in terms of bookings. And but automotive honestly cannot be entirely offline. Entirely online. There has to be a mix and match. But like I said earlier, how do you shift the bulk of it to digital? How do you manage the digital physical interface, which is where there's a lot of learning from the e-commerce companies. And to some extent, Satya, I really believe that customer chooses the experience that he gets. Most of the time, I really believe that customer doesn't know what he wants, and once he sees what he likes, that is what going to consume. So the organizations, the manufacturers, to really give the experience that a customer would actually appreciate and go in for.
Yeah, So the other thing that I'm observing is safety. I think there is a great realization for safety. Top priority is being given to health and wellness. I also see a little bit of a fear of unemployment and salary cuts and disturbance in the normal routine has installed in the idea of saving for the rainy day. I now don't spend anything. I'll just keep it, maybe for the safety purpose, and so that's running in the consumer mind and the behaviors, resulting post-COVID in that particular manner. Is this something which is a big challenge for a brand marketer? Or how are you looking at it? Anybody can take this question actually. Mr. Mangesh, would you like to take this?
Safety.
Yeah, because see, everybody is thinking that let me keep my money saved for the rainy day, and then I will invest when the time comes.
I'll tell you how it is working in the media industry. I will not be able to relate to the other industries really.
Yeah.
We have seen a surge in subscription. We are actually seeing more spending rather than not spending, because we have got huge amount of huge number of people actually subscribing more and more to Netflixes and Amazon Primes and all sort of OTT platforms, especially there. And if you look at online, I mean, that is one of the skills that we are talking about when I talk of skills. Digital marketing. I think this is going to take off very, very, very fast.
Yeah.
Digital marketing as an area, and all sectors are already affected by it. All sectors are already imbibing digital as platform for their products. But regarding safety, people are going to wait and watch for some time for high-end products, whereas lower-end products are getting sold faster than ever. I can see there's a resurgence in the way people are buying books. I can see the way they are buying
That's a very good
media.
point.
Yeah. So that you have to look at the sector-wise today. The other factor of safety is working safety. So today, when we are looking at the industry, film industry is shut down because you can't have 100 people coming into a studio or 1,000 people coming in studio and working together. So you've got only 10% people coming and working, which is why the industry is not functioning and no films are being produced, or television serials or what matter.
Correct.
So that safety, another part. I mean, that safety regarding the health is going to take some time to come to terms. And let's hope that people will start their businesses and start start making films earlier, because a lot of media students are waiting for going either into internships or getting jobs which are at a standstill. Online jobs don't work in all areas in media, right? There are a lot of students who are doing internships online, a lot of students who are doing work from home kind of thing, but then it doesn't always work. So you do have agencies which require physical presence. You do have film industry which requires physical presence. You can't shoot a film when being at home.
Correct.
Looking at all this, you have to look at the safety factor.
Oh, taking a leave from media consumption, although this was not a part of my question, just it comes to my mind. Around, if I'm correct, around there are around 12, 13,000 advertisers that AdX has, and out of which, in any given point of time, you have around 12 to 1,300 active advertiser. But we have seen a big reduction in advertising. Although the platforms, the television networks are doing brilliant with a 40-50% hike in viewership, but then what I'm seeing is a huge reduction in number of people coming to advertising, and I see around 1,100 to 1,100 people advertising, and 70% of revenue cut, which is like 30-40% money is coming. So do you think this is a continuous trend, Rajiv, because you have kind of advertised in channel for donkey's years, and also Sogato, you have seen that in Omnicom and Group M, or Vivek, you have also advertised in a big way on television. Will this trend continue? Do you think people are smart enough to come back and see this clutter free and give advertisements, or how do you see this pan out? Will this prevailing inventory cost prevail, or as it goes, demand supply will change along with it?
Yeah.
Saugata,
So
you want to take it?
sorry.
Rajiv, you want to take it?
Yeah. So no, first of all, the unprecedented growth in viewership, that's because of people remaining at home and lockdown situation. So as people move out and they start working, they go out to work, that will change, and I think viewership will settle down to the previous levels. That's one reason for the viewership growth. Second is about loss of advertising. That's primarily because all the original content from television went away. So all that is coming back now. All the regional markets like West Bengal and South are starting from this week, from 21st onwards. Even the Hindi channels will start from the first week of July. So I think that will have some shift in viewership and original programming will come. And so I think gradually as the markets open up, people will start getting the revenues back into the that's for the advertisers. I mean, advertising. As far as
Did you advertise during this time, Rajiv? I mean,
so, like for example, we did advertise. We did advertise. April was slightly low, but May, June, we are like full on. Probably a little more right now because these are good times to advertise. Things are cheap right now. Media is cheap. And very good time to advertise. Going forward, I hope it doesn't go back to that high level because the demand will still be lower and supply will be as it is right now. So I'm hoping that ROIs will be better, and so that's about it. But the more importantly, things should roll back to normal in terms of viewership, and in terms of revenues, I think it will take some time, but it will come back.
Going forward, Vivek, do you see what is it that's going to have a combination of are we there? Did we just miss the link or something?
You had gone off for a while.
Can you repeat, Satya? I lost you a bit in between.
Taking leave from what Rajiv was saying, going forward, obviously mass media will be there. I mean, what are the options that you're looking at? Have you saved that money to go into multi-platform? Will you look at a combined approach coming to where where you buy television, you buy more of social media, you buy digital in a big way, you go to outdoor, you buy radio? What's your plan? I mean, how are you trying to plan post when the markets open up post COVID?
Yeah, so the first thing we did, like what Rajiv said, use this period to kind of get into a couple of long-term commitments, kind of use the prevailing deals available. I think but the way to approach it is to have a very good long-term idea. And when I say long-term, maybe it's about anything beyond 6 months to a year, but at the same time, remain a little flexible. The one thing which very clearly is going to happen is digital. There's going to be enhanced spend on digital, but it's also important to be relevant for each market. If one market, let's say in a Bombay or a Delhi, outdoor always makes sense because people do head out much more. Across the country, probably OTT making much more sense going forward, provided fresh content starts coming in. You can't rehash the same content. Live sports is something which people are waiting a lot. I think there's a huge craving for people for live sport, and I think that will be very big. So largely, to summarize, selective smart deals, long term, city specific, region specific media, and be flexible in what would be coming up.
Okay, brilliant. I'll just quickly go to Saugata. Saugata, you have been heading the digital arm of WPP. Tell me, going forward, how will all this pan out with respect to digital? Because I see a lot of spike in social advertising has gone up to 147% growth in social advertising, social messaging, influencer marketing. Is this a new trend which is coming up, which will continue for a long time?
So Satya, let me go a step further and also correlate my current responsibilities and learnings in this role with what I used to do in my previous life, right? So I think there's this adage which is floating around, right? That who impacted digital transformation in an organization? Is it the CIO, CEO, or CTO? The answer is it's COVID, right?
Yeah,
So that is
and
something.
that's a great one.
Right.
Yeah.
So digital is, we have all been talking about it, right, in the last, I think, last decade, to be safe, if I were to say. We always said that digital is important, it's at the heart of what we do, it's the future, and so on and so forth. I think the time is on us right now, right? So
Correct.
whether you call it any of these tactics that you called out, whether it is across industries, across business categories, across clusters, right, the rules of engagement, the rules of games are changing, right?
Correct.
And digital is one medium that, while we are yet to arrive at a common currency which defines success on this medium, there are multiple juries and schools of thought out there as to what is a successful media activity on digital, as compared to other forms of communication and advertising, and I'm sure we'll get there, but it is here to stay. What will
Yeah.
decide as to, whether it grows in leaps and bounds or it has an organic growth in the days ahead will depend on the consumer's behavior, right? if
Okay.
they if we as consumers retain our past pre-COVID behaviors and still step out the way we used to, maybe not now but 6 months down the line, I think things will even out, right? In our building, in our community, we see a lot of discussions about whether to get print newspapers back into our homes, or get live with the PDF versions we are used to. So that will decide whether print bounces back, or digital replaces print in that sense. So it's all going to be driven largely by consumer behavior. It's also going to be driven by the value, incremental value that brands can land using digital as a medium, as a platform. And I think holistically put, all of this will decide how the next 6 months and future looks from here on.
I'm getting a feed that we need to wrap up, but I'm also getting a lot of questions and feedback that maybe this is the best panel that they've seen in some time. Thank you so much to all the panelists for that. I think a one-liner from each one of you with respect to how you are seeing media to evolve post COVID. Keep it a little crisp, and also a message for the students, if you can do that, please. But it has to be very short and crisp.
2:30 session. Yes. Thank you so much for having me. It's a very important time in everybody's life. My sincere advice to students is, you will get a job if you want it. Invest in yourself, back yourself, and be very confident. You are young. There is enough information around you. So show that quality to the recruiter, and you will definitely strive in life. Wish you all the best. Thank you
so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can
I'll
I
just
go next?
Can you
Yeah.
just
Also, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Vivek.
Mangesh
After
ji.
you, it's okay.
Vivek.
After you, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, Ma, I wanted to I had a message for students, So the message is that your media education should largely teach you to get onto the learning path. It's in fact the beginning of your learning path. Today we live in the era of information, and the fortunate thing is that there's so much to learn. There are case studies happening every minute across the world, provided you have your eyes and ears and your mind which are open. So I think that's the way to go. There was a question earlier on what kind of people you'll hire. So we are looking at people who approach life with mindset, with the assets that I have. How can I provide solutions? There are enough and more people who point out issues, point out probable areas of improvement. But how do I provide solutions is what probably would be the best skill going forward.
Very well said, Vivek. Very, very well said. Much appreciated.
Who's going next? Should I go next?
Yeah. I'll just take a minute. So Yeah, all I would say is, guys, stay positive. Some of us have seen 2008, where actually entire companies and industries and categories got wiped out. This is probably not half as bad as what it was in 2008 from the way we are seeing at things. So this too shall pass, as the panelists before me have said. Be practical, be positive, be honest to yourself, be honest to the organization you're reaching out to, and this only the sky is the limit. You're young, you have the entire life and your career ahead of you. Be positive, just go get them. That's it.
Brilliantly said, Sagata. Brilliantly said. And Rajiv, are you there? Or
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
I speak last.
Rajiv,
So,
students, yeah.
so my message to the students will be that talking about 2008, even before that, year 2000, around the time these kids were like 1 year old, maybe, or not even born, So even that time, if you remember, there was a major crisis with respect to
Yeah, yeah. Yes,
there was
yes.
total internet meltdown which happened around that time. A lot of people lost jobs and
Dot coms, the burst of dot coms, yeah.
yeah, lots burst of dot coms happened around that time. So, but the people who came out of that burst of dot coms, they came out much stronger. Imagine companies like Google were formed just before that. Uh, Amazon was a new company back then, and so these companies survived. Look at the way they have ramped up the business and where they are right now. So, at a personal level, I would say students should work on strengthening their skills. They should take as many courses they can. They should enhance their learning. They should enhance their analytical skills. Right now, I'm again emphasizing on analytical skills because that's what is coming handy nowadays. People with analytical skills are doing better than people with soft skills because right now you can't go and meet person to person and they can't sell something right now face to face. So what works right now is numbers. So everything which has a number to it gets sold first. So focus is about numbers. Focus on these skills that will take you much further in life. That's it
Mr.
from me.
Mangesh.
Right. Last. But since I'm directly a media teacher, I'll go a little bit in detail, but very briefly as much as I can. You've got this wonderful device called a mobile phone with you, all students. Please remember this. And that mobile phone, you can make films, you can write blogs, you can make advertisements, you can take photographs and make stills. You can do everything in that mobile phone. What are you doing sitting at home? Produce films, produce short films, write blogs, make you full use of your time because there'll be a time when the industry opens up and when you go to these people who are going to give you jobs, right? I'm only going to teach you how to get a job, but they are going to give you jobs. They are going to look at what you have done, right? They are going to look at how you have spent your time in the last 3 months. And frankly speaking, in media, any kind of media job, whether you're joining a corporate as in a corporate communications, or you're joining an ad agency, or you're joining a film television industry, you've got to have something to show. सिर्फ शब्दों से काम नहीं बनता, आपको दिखाना पड़ता है. So I would suggest you, let us say that the lockdown is going to be there for 15 more days. Make complete use of the time. You've got 24 hours into 15 days to work and produce. Today, everybody is a producer. And as a media student, you know better how to produce things. I think you should create content as much as you can. Write blogs, write poetry, write some scripts which you can, market, sell to filmmakers. Do things and keep yourself ready, because when you go for a job interview after the lockdown opens, you are going to be judged on that also. The one small thing before I end, please look at your Facebook accounts, your Twitter feeds and Facebook posts, and your Instagram. Whatever you
I'm
post
getting
is,
to wrap up.
is there for the world to see.
Thank you so much, everybody. Some of my best friends on the panel. It was a very rich panel, very resourceful panel, lot of knowledge, I also learned a lot of things from my friends here. Thank you so much, Sagatos. Thank you so much, Vivek. Thank you so much, Rajiv. Thank you so much, Sarup. And thank you so much, Mr. Mangesh. The bottom line is, as Sagata said, this too shall pass. We have seen 2000, we have seen 2008, and now we are seeing this. Good days are going to come. Just be positive, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and it was wonderful having you all for this show. And thank you all. Goodbye.
Hi, I want to thank the panel for an awesome session. 3 things that I learned was be positive, keep learning, and keep growing. And I hope all my participants also have learned a lot from this panel. I just wanted to inform everyone attending Edutainment, we have a free aptitude test and career counseling, which is happening by Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica ISDI, and Whistling Woods International. For more details, I request you to please visit vxedutainmentshow.in, or you can call on 981-92-39193. Hurry, there are limited slots, and we will be right back.
Today, it's not about what you know.
It's about what you make,
What you invent.
what you design, what you build. It's about ideas.
It's about creativity.
We need new ideas,
We need to work together.
and it's gonna be a challenge.
Creativity is about storytelling.
And expression.
And passion.
And heart.
Now creativity is digital.
There are entire generations that have grown up in a digital world.
Creativity is more important than ever, but the tools have changed.
Students.
And teachers are doing amazing things.
In science.
In business.
In medicine.
In education. And in things we haven't even thought of yet.
Digital expression is the new literacy.
And creativity is the new fluency.
Learn the tools.
Learn the tools.
Learn the tools.
Because creativity isn't an elective anymore. It's our future.
Fashion is an extension of your style. It's an extension of your vibe. Let me be myself, at the same time do something that's really crazy and creative. You want to have your own brand name. We make sure it's possible with a course such as ours.
Every year at Modart we have a fashion show. By doing this, they know that we never restrict them of any ideas that they have.
I tell them to hone their creativity in such a way that they're able to actually express themselves, plus sell themselves.
Go into fashion if you have the passion.
A place where I can learn and be myself.
I don't want to leave this place.
Welcome back to the 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. For all my participants, we have a free aptitude test and career counseling, which is happening by Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica ISDI, Whistling Woods International. For more details, I request you to please visit vxedutainmentshow.in, or you can call on 981-92-39193. Please do hurry, we do have limited slots. I would now like to welcome our Session 2 panelist. Our panel topic on NID alumni on design journey, powered by Adobe. The moderator of the session, we have Shreya Nagi, Principal Designer and Founder, Kern Culture. She's been a panel moderator and jury member at India's Best Design Studio Awards presented by Pool magazine for the year 2015 and 16. Joining her, we have Shalini Singh, Founder Director, Whiting Design. She has led design, business development, and client servicing for Whiting, which creates cohesive brand designs and extends its collaterals ranging from identity, print, publication, and much more. Joining them, we have Sheetal Sudhir, co-founder, creative director, Dynamite Design. She has spearheaded numerous award-winning campaigns. In 2011, she started Dynamite Design, a full-service broadcast design and branding agency based out of Mumbai. We also have Gauri Bhare Kale, founder director, Therefore Designs Private Limited. Therefore Designs is an award-winning multidisciplinary design house in Pune. Gauri has over a decade of experience in the field of design and design process. We also have Naina Tur, creative producer and director. She comes from a strong visual design, aesthetics, storytelling, and film background. And last, we have Supreet Nagaraju, Head Education, Digital Media, Adobe India and South Asia. He's responsible for Adobe's education business operations and growing the sales and marketing functions, driving strategic partnerships and alliances, and much more. I'm going to hand it over to our moderator for the session. Shreya, please take it forward.
What a lovely weather in Mumbai and what a warm welcome. Thank you so much, Dolly. I'm absolutely delighted to be a part of the Edutainment Show Live, which in my opinion is doing a fantastic job in providing a very comprehensive and a wonderful platform dedicated to design and media. Moreover, it gives me great pleasure and honor to be sharing this platform with some of the celebrated and seasoned panelists who I'm sure have treaded a remarkable journey, in their field of design, media, and education. And that's exactly where we are headed to. Today we are going to rewalk that journey together with the hope that it inspires all of us and address some of the apprehensions in a student's mind who is in the process of getting into a very exciting field of design. I deliberately use the word apprehension because it plagued my mind as well. When I was rolling out of my school from class 11th and 12th, and the horizon was pretty much cluttered, with a whole lot of available career options. But design as a career was in fact not even on the horizon at that time. Although I had a creative bent, I was very much devoted to my art, but there was very little exposure to design as a professional field. To be frank, I did not even know what the word design actually meant. Least of all, making it an exclusive career for myself. My family was confused. They were not confident enough, and I don't blame them for a lack of awareness about the field. However, time has changed. Today, design is in the process of gaining its rightful platform as a viable profession. Till before 10 years, the design education landscape was characterized by government-supported institutions only, which were very few in number for a country as large as ours. But today, the number of design schools have enormously exploded. And we also see a great rise in design agencies across India, creating whole lot of work opportunities, right? So from ancient hunar shalas to professional design institutions, India has and is witnessing a great evolution in the design landscape, which now brings me to my very first question, and I'm going to pull Sheetal in, for this one. How was it for you in your early days? What has changed over the time, and how can students today who are aiming for a design career prepare themselves better? Sheetal.
Okay, I started 20 years ago. So the word design at that time was really, if you said you wanted to do design, then it meant you're making salwar kameezes. That was what it was. And it was this was when India was just kind of breaking up into color television and channels. And for me, I was 16 or 15 when Channel V and MTV really came out. And for me, I just didn't think of the word design. I just knew that's what I wanted to do. That's where I wanted to go. Because I found it, I tapped into the fact that what they were doing was creating its own counterculture. This is the first time I could identify with art. You know, being a teenager, it belonged to me. And till then, nothing belonged to us. Till then, it was just, you saw art, it was all completely alien. It was not meant to be ours. It wasn't street. Today, when we look at even wall art, we understand it because it's talking to us, right? So for me, that research of where do I go? I don't want to do science, it had to happen. It was a life or death situation for me. I just knew I wanted to get into a design school, and I didn't pick and choose. I just knew this was the place I wanted to go, and I didn't know I had options. I just went with my gut, and I didn't think it was a big deal, right? I didn't know how big the process was at that point of time. So I just gave it everything. Because it was crazy also. I'm from Bangalore, and you go all the way to Ahmedabad, which I didn't know really how far, it really was for someone who's just 16 at that point of time. And just to convince my parents at that time that, I don't want to do that course that we were planning, right? This is what I want to do. And I think I also had the backing of the fact that my father is a photographer. So he so it wasn't a fight at all. It was in fact enjoy.
Very natural.
Very natural, but my focus was clear right through even the journey through NID, that when I came out, I went straight to where I wanted to go. I didn't waste time really thinking too much, because again, also design school takes you through and it gives you that all-round knowledge, which is super important, because you can change gears any point of time. You can decide, oops, no, actually, I'd rather do ceramics. I'd rather do textile. That's the amazing thing about going to NID, right? It taps into all your faculties, and it just opens it out. It's such a please, it's a complete reality. It's like going to this little boom heaven and exploring yourself, right? And you get to explore yourself away from your world, away from the world, the worries of the world. I think that's what education does. It puts you in a cocoon and makes you just absolutely get, pulled in all directions. So I think what I realized very early in life, and I think that's something to keep in mind, was that make it the most important thing. Design for me was the most, because I just did not want to hear an auntie say, "Lekin beta, what do you do? Like, do you draw?"
It's better today.
So I was very clear that whoever I spoke to, I would educate.
Yeah.
I would say no.
Yeah.
So I remember many years later, Behance calling me to open a speech when they came to India. And I said, no, I can't do it because I'm anti-Behance. So they said, why are you anti? I said, I like the fact that Behance is there to show your portfolio. But it shouldn't be there to take away jobs. It should be there to showcase, because what we're doing is reducing what we've done in the last 20 years is actually make design a credible job. It's bigger than, it's as big as being an engineer or a doctor. It's a job, you know. So it's as, and if you want to make it credible, you got to be part of a community that holds hands rather than then today, for all the kids listening, every resource is available and is free. All right. And hence, pretty much like say, someone who is a photographer, right? Today, every damn person has a camera.
Yes.
How do you prove yourself, and how do you say this is worth the money you should pay? It's truly by respecting the profession. It's truly by saying and doing the process. It's truly by saying, you know what, I will give you. You won't understand what this is worth till you wait the time. Even to a company who's asking you to design a logo. I say, I don't design logos, just download some shit and go for it. I design brands. I make you understand the value of that, because you wouldn't go if you had a heart, you have your dad has got a bypass to go. You go to a legit doctor. You don't go to the cheapest. You go to the professional you respect. So how do you, and that's what you need to kind of take as the responsibility of being a designer, that you have to build that up in your head, in your peers' head, in your whole everyone's hands, so that the world respects it.
Right.
Especially now.
Very nice.
Very nice. No, I know I veered out of your question. But
no, but that's a very important information, and I can feel the passion, with how you speak, and I completely resonate with that thought. Nana, I'm going to pull you in on this. Same question. How were your early days? And how has it changed? And some things that you can add, to kind of prepare the students better today.
Okay, so I come from an army background. So my dad was a very, very strict army officer, and I had cleared my engineering. But I had a thing for design, because I used to draw a lot and it used to really excite me. And I think this was the night before I was supposed to go to the engineering college, and I put my foot down to a very, very strict father, and I had to face the repercussions. And I told them that, my heart is somewhere else. I want to do something in design. I didn't know at that point, like what Sheeta also said, I was not sure whether it's going to be architecture or fashion design or whatever. But yes, I was clear on what direction in terms of the genre of careers I wanted to go. And that's how it happened. So I went to Fine Arts Baroda first. And then, so what happens in a design school, the first year is usually the foundation, right? Where you get exposure to all aspects of design and the different verticals, whether it is poetry or art history. In Fine Arts, we used to have painting and sculpture, printing, and all of that. And ideally, you have furniture, you have UX, animation, graphics, video. So yeah, so what happens is you're quite overwhelmed with so many streams, and there are times I know, and a lot of my other peers, is that everybody wanted to, you have too many choices, right? But then along the way, as you move forward in the design years of your education, and that is when you actually get a sense of what really excites you, what you want to be, because this is a serious career option, right? By the time when I started off, also there was little understanding of what this field is. Thankfully now, to technology and a lot of exposure, the people are aware of the design, and the entire pyramid is like growing. So I think the students are well aware right now, and the designers, whether they are in a broadcast channel or they have their own setup, or they're in product design industry, whatever the designers, whatever the industry is, they get paid equally well. The take home is really exciting. So to all the students who are listening, this is a really, really serious and business design vertical or career vertical that you can pick up, because it's really rewarding. And and if you really like what you're doing, I mean, imagine getting paid for what you really like to do every day. You don't have to struggle and pull yourself into it. You actually love doing what you're doing, and then you getting paid for it.
Nice.
What more can you ask?
Nice. Hold on to that thought, Nana. I'm going to come back to you with another question. But in the meantime, Shalini, why can you please elaborate on this thought and also let us know about your journey, how it started?
My journey, I think, again, here I was in a school and preparing for medicine, and my art teacher was like, why don't you give this a shot? And that's how it started. I was a very good art student, and she's the one who got my form filled.
Oh, wow.
And one after the other, I just got into NID, and my parents were very supportive. Reached there, and it was a different world altogether. I came from an all-girls school, and here I was. It was a complete culture shock. But what an amazing place it was. It was such, like, you could do what you wanted over there. The kind of freedom one experienced there, the kind of multidisciplinary, you could say, avenues under one roof. Even though I might be doing graphic design, I had access to animation, I had access to product design, I had access to furniture, textiles, ceramics. So, really to say we specialized in one particular discipline, that's not really true. It just opened our minds and it gave us inputs into everything. It wasn't just the faculty, which were amazing. It was our seniors. Our seniors are the ones we kind of stayed up late till, learned from them, workshops were open, classrooms were on. So there was no such thing as time. There was no such thing as, Mac Studios open from here. You had the key. I remember a faculty was like, you want to work at night? Here, Mac Studio keys. It was open throughout the night. So really, I think we had a great opportunity. We had an amazing education. And that is the platform. NID gave us that platform. Right after NID, there were two of us. We jumped into the job field immediately. As most people say, you must work somewhere and then start. But no, we went and we did publicity design for a company in Bombay, which was called Talking Pictures. And there was a movie called Dil Pe Mat Le Aaya. So right out of college, it's almost like the next day.
Wow.
We started on this project.
Wow.
And it was, what a ride it was, You were doing hoardings, you were doing album covers, you were doing the signature movie for the production house. Again, you weren't just limited to just print and production, not just the web. It was the whole branding, complete from identity to storyline to this, that. It was amazing. And then we did something for Pro Vogue. We did a few projects in Bombay, and one after the other, we just started getting them. It was just the line of thought, it was just chance, luck, and our work, I would say.
Yeah.
And then we finally decided, okay, we had enough of Bombay, and we loved Pune, and we moved to Pune. And with whatever savings we had, we started a company in Pune called
Very
Lemon.
Very nice.
Then I remember it was very difficult in Pune because just how easy it was in Bombay, suddenly there were no jobs in Pune, being a smaller city. And definitely the income strata, the bracket was much lesser in Pune. And then we were really at our wits' end. Do we, pick up jobs? What to do? We had an office to pay for. We had our own flats. It just kind of started surmounting. But then I remember the day we thought, okay, we were giving it a serious what to do next. And the next morning, we had a payment for a great project, which was for IMFA, Indian Metals and Ferrous Alloys, branding for it. That was our first project. And wow. And then after that, it just continued, one after the other. Call it just the work speaks for you. People found out, came to us from IMFA to Cummins. We were doing annual reports for them for multiple years. And then Owens Corning happened, and calendars for them. And then there was a great friend, there was a really close friend of ours, Sushmita Mohanty. And she had joined NASA. She was also from NID. Oh. And we got a chance to work on a website for NASA at that point, which was Moonfront. So it was, I think it was the ability to not get scared, and we could take risks. We had nothing to lose. You're at that age, you have no responsibilities. You don't have any baggage. You do what you want. Right. And I think that's what NID gives you, to just go ahead fearlessly. And if you're passionate, things just unroll for you, so to speak. It was a very exciting time. Internet was new. Nobody really knew about it in India. So there was very little competition. Right. Either people didn't know what design was, or the ones who were exposed were ready to pay for it.
Right.
So the market was very small segment because most of them didn't know about it. I
Right.
still remember a project. I went to, there was this show called Khana Khazana, and we
Right.
wanted a book design for it. And I went for that, and literally what I was seeing, and the person was praising about it. I don't want to name people now, but he was going crazy about the design of the book, and I looked at it, and it was really bad. And it was our prerogative to really, and you know what? We must have been 21, 22, and you're talking to a 60-year-old, and to just sit back and say, "Hello, this is really bad."
Right.
This is not good. And for someone to take it from a 21-year-old,
right.
It was an awkward situation. Either you got kicked out or people heard you. So it was really like that.
Right. Right.
But very exciting times. Very exciting times.
Super.
One thing led to the other, and projects kept rolling on. And then, of course, moved on to something else. But what I'm saying is, if you believe in yourself, just go ahead and do what you want to do.
Great.
So you just never know where you're going to land. And
that's a very important point. Just go ahead. Like keep your fear aside and just dive right in.
Fear is a very important thing to overcome. And then the second thing is, ideas are worth nothing if they're not implemented. Even a guy on the road has an idea. So if you don't implement them, and that I think probably has happened with a lot of us. We all have great ideas, but if you don't do anything with it, next you hear someone won an award for the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Action is just as important as a creative part of you.
Absolutely.
So go ahead and do it, whatever it is.
Great. So creativity needs a lot of courage, and that's what you're aiming at. Super.
Right.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I was just saying, Lemon was one part, and then I moved on to join Rain Keshwan, where I was a design director, and that was again a very, very exciting time because we had really big brands that I was working on for, like, we were doing exhibition for Himalaya in London, and then probably the Wipro site at that point, and then there was that Fair and Lovely, a very politically incorrect brand, but sometimes as designers you're just stuck with things, especially when it's not your own firm. Then you've got to do in a job. There are a lot of constraints, and you've got to do what you've got to do. But then there was a lot of learning. There were a lot of, even within limitations, what do you do? How can you put yourself into it?
Right.
Amazing experience, and so much to learn from another senior from NID who was Sujata Keshwan. She was a really big name even now. So yes, then I moved back after Rain Keshwan to start writing, which again, the entrepreneurial bug, from them, then writing again, starting from scratch again.
Yes.
But again, we were very lucky. We had some amazing projects. I remember there was one from Bangladesh, a lot of travel, again, complete brand, end to end, from the story to the visual, to all the collaterals, from space to print to web to packaging. So I think that is what excited me the most, the fact that I could actually work in all these areas rather than just one kind. And I think that's what I was most excited about. Then yes, a lot of writing. Then I moved out. I was in LA for 2 years, which was in the year 2007, working for another company called Helio for a short while. Again, totally different. So I've had these totally different scenarios happening in different years, from Pune to Delhi to LA and then back to Delhi. LA was also an amazing experience. It was a telecommunications company, again, doing their branding from scratch, brand campaigns, product launches, all of that. But I was happy to be back and doing White Ink again. So yes, that probably was the journey in the beginning. And it's been White Ink since then.
Super. Gauri, how did you start? When did you identify your love for design and then, decided to make it a profession? Please share your story with us.
Yeah, so I always liked to draw and paint since I was like a child. And my parents were from a non-art background. My dad was a lawyer, my mom was a teacher. So, I mean, nothing related to art, like nowhere close. So they really appreciated that I was creative and I could draw and paint and things like that. So they always encouraged me to sort of dabble in that. So the path was decided for me. I was from Bombay, that, after I finish my school, I'm going to go to JJ's, start doing advertising or something like that. But so after my school, I went to JJ to do my graduation, post which I went to NID to do my post graduation. So of course that was the time when people, the smart kids went into engineering and the sciences, and the not so smart kids went into art and other things, creative. So I mean, a lot of people used to ask me, you are, I used to get decent marks and stuff, I was like a studious child and everything. So why do you want to do design? Why do you want to do art? You can easily do engineering. I was like, no, that's not my scene. I mean, I want to do this. This is something I love doing. So and my parents were absolutely supportive. So I mean, that was like a very easy thing for me. So then JJ happened. After that, immediately I went to NID. NID, of course, I mean, Sheetal and Shalini, everybody has talked about NID a lot in detail. So so it was great exposure, great people, great seniors that we sort of met. So even in terms of just like surely being in that space is extremely inspiring. So all that happened. And what NID does to you is that it kind of instills confidence and some leadership skills, or this entrepreneurial bug in you, where you feel confident enough to okay, I can do this, I can start something on my own. But that's where that's where a couple of us sort of came together and thought that let's do something after we graduate. But then that's where I think our parents said okay, that this was enough leeway. See some structure, step out into the world, see how the world works. What is a company like?
First, and then
like what is art department? What is an accounts department? So go into a company where there are different kinds of functions, and you kind of understand structure a little bit. How things work, how clients behave. So get yourself exposed to that. So all of us, I mean, our industry mentor was Sudhir Sharma, who was at Elephant that time. So we all joined Elephant, and those were like 2 great years where we had a lot of fun, because I mean, design is something we love doing, as in doing something and that actually gets printed, or that actually goes live in like so many multiples. It gives you a high, to see your packaging on a shelf, to see your design on a wall. So I was on the Commonwealth Games team. So, actually seeing your design come alive on a stage, and it's a big high. So that happened for 2 years. And after that, we all knew that, this was, we need to start on our own. This is getting too comfortable, like just going from one project to another. So then we all came together and we started There for Design. Again, it was a year and a half of super fun. We were just enjoying, we used to just take any project, because it was happening very sporadically, like through word of mouth. Somebody knows somebody, somebody needs some design done. So it kept happening. We had some contacts of our own. Projects kept coming. And reality struck when we had to employ the first designer. So that's when things start to change. You start thinking of office timings. What is your office timing going to be? That's the first question people ask. And then you're like, we keep working all the time. So that's not the question that's not the answer you give people. Okay,
that's the right question to ask.
So
my own will.
So, I mean, design school doesn't tell you that. So, there were a lot of nice things.
Design school doesn't tell you a lot of things.
So, those things happened. And it's been like many years. Like, we've been recognized for some of our work. It's a big team now. So, there are many levels that keep getting added. So, there is a level when you start getting designers on board. There's a level when you start getting managers on board, and that's when you start thinking like a business person, but staying true to design, and every day waking up to the fact that this is a design firm first and not like a business for a business firm first. That is something that keeps driving you every day. So that's been the journey so far.
Super, super lovely. I mean, very nice to hear, and I can relate to so many things. Supreet, although not in a design role, but you're very much a part of this industry, and we would love to hear about the changing landscapes, and transformations that you are witnessing. You come with a very, with an excellent understanding of education institutions and their needs in this ever evolving creative and digital scenario, where you are helping the institutions prepare for the 21st century digital transformation. And also, we are living in an era of smartphones, smart technologies, smart solutions. There are people framing smart cities, but is our design education smart too?
Yep. Firstly, thanks all of you. Wonderful hearing about your journey right from the moment discovery of your inner self to what you are today. It's phenomenal to hear that. Second most important piece is, I can correlate to what you are all saying from a business standpoint, primarily because of the fact that 20 years ago when I started my career, and it was a similar kind of, should I, if and only if questions that I had to answer to my parents, moving away from physics and chemistry to dropping out of engineering, out of IITs to, jumping into a startup firm. Had it not been for design and design thinking, I don't think I would have been here where I am today. That's the first part of it. So design is not just about, going to a design school. That's the first point I'd like to highlight about. It is about finding solutions to complex problems which have got immense impact to millions of citizens and experiences that you derive in a very holistic way. And that's the way I would like to define it. Because my first assignment was with a startup, which was primarily with an education startup way back in the early 2000s, in a startup ecosystem called NS Raghavan Center for Entrepreneurial Learning in IIM Bangalore. And yes, of course, I was a dropout then, and then the small team of B school grads and a few of us from the sales and marketing specialization and a bunch of design specialists on e-learning as an area, and this was primarily focusing on the boom of entrance exams and the design of how one should be one should actually put forward certain things from a learning perspective. What we call as a pedagogy was the foundational aspect of my first understanding of what is design and design thinking. And the entire business plan that I prepared way back then, was even adjudicated as one of the best plans in the Stanford University's business planning competition, thanks to the way in which how the entire design thinking and the business planning evolved out of the idea. Otherwise it would have been just yet another .com which would have gone bust.
Right.
That's the first aspect that I'd like to highlight upon. The second aspect of it is the fact that from an education standpoint today, the myth that most of the societal factors that drive that, hey, engineering or a medical or a law are the top of the stack from a societal acceptance standpoint has changed drastically, primarily because of the fact that design-led innovations are driving the way forward. What do I mean by innovations and how design is linked to innovation? That is the first aspect that I like to highlight upon. Innovation is largely areas which transform the way in which you deliver an experience. It's no longer about brands, right? It's all about how you look at customization of and personalization of experiences, and it's no longer about just a standalone or a ready stitch fit brand. And that's exactly the reason why you love to go on the web and read your favorite newspapers today, unlike holding a newspaper today. Or it could be anything to do with walking into a large mall or a specific boutique shop where you would love to have something from a fashion standpoint, or you would love to go into a pepper fry today and figure out what works best for your furniture.
Right.
And it's ultimately about delivering hyper personalization in a very holistic way to every individual without compromising on the quality aspect of it. Now, coming to what are the opportunities that you could look at from an education standpoint? And over the last 8 years of my stint with Adobe and various other technology companies, one thing that has been common across the board has been people don't buy products, people buy experiences.
Right.
And you guys, particularly who are entering into the design space, need to have a bent of mind that it's not just about one size fits all. It's a country of myriad experiences that you need to deliver with the same offering in various customizations, in hyper localizations, in various cultural fitments that you need to drive. If that is something that you love to do, and you can solve problems which can hit the lowest common denominator in the society with millions of citizens, jump in it. And there is technology like Adobe and tons of organizations and institutions to support it, whether it is a job, whether it's an entrepreneurship. And let me tell you, entrepreneurship has got umpteen number of opportunities in India, given the fact that design is the first driver in the entire ship that you're going to carry forward when you're looking at solving multiple business problems. Without them, I don't think any business problems can be solved. With that, I'll pause, and then there are any questions. I'm more than happy.
So your expectations. This is a panel of NID alumni. We're all alumni, design alumni. What are your expectations? From us. How can we contribute, collaborate? In making that future better. In your terms.
Okay, so first things first is the fact that a 430 to 700 million is the youth population in India today.
Yeah.
Right. How many institutions do we have across the board? We have about 900 odd universities, so to speak, and maybe about 50 odd thousand educational institutions. The first fundamental problem in our country today is quality education, and design is also about delivering elementary education to the best of the brains in the country, and also to the not so best, and who are probably raising out, or what we call as the baby boomers, right? And we have too many baby boomers in the country, right? So you got to figure a way out as to how do you solve that problem, and that's a $1 million problem that you can probably derive. You may come back to me and say that, hey, Byju's is already there, or someone else is there. Let me tell you, you need 50,000 Byju's to solve this problem in this country. So let me put that pointer across. Second point is to do with, there are multiple industry problems today. Design is one of them, and one of the prime problems that to solve. You just cannot have 50,000 institutions just doing engineering degrees and probably have about 50 or 100 design schools, because the ratios are improper. You need to have the right adequate number of quality design outfits to ensure that you derive the right learning outcome for designers. It cannot be a mom and pop and, hey, me too, bead as a program. And there is a necessity for amalgamation of industry collaborations, both with software experts, with process experts, and also with brand experts as an area. So there's an amalgamation required. And needless to say, people like us from Adobe will jump in and support. And there are various other software companies who will help augment the process. The third aspect is to do with the e-learning. Today there is insufficient number of quality teachers. But yeah, thanks to technology, you have e-learning as a play. Talk to us. I'm more than happy to help you augment millions and millions of students who can be reached. This is just a live example of what you and I are doing right now. I think multiple, few hundreds of thousands of students are watching this. Absolutely. Why can't we scale this to a few millions? We have them. And students are not just about people who are going to schools or colleges. And I think there's also an element of unlearn, relearn from an executive education standpoint. And that's how most of us have also evolved in our careers, including me. And multiple other people whom I have worked with, and people whom I have mentored in the recent past as well. Right. The last piece is to do with entrepreneurship. Never ever forget the fact that you are as good as what you create, and don't just follow a path that's already been created, right? You have the power in you. Every one of us have the power in us, and let me tell you, Indians are the best, problem solvers. We are the best designers, and we've impacted millions and millions of people worldwide, and we continue to do that.
Right.
Adobe is an example, Apple is an example, tons of people who have actually contributed to the success of a lot of multiple brands which stand in the who is who in the branded institutions, services, products, so to speak, whether it's FMCG, whether it is ITITs, banking, travel, you name the industry, we're there. So in short, I think make an impact to yourself and to the world at large.
Yeah.
I think it's a very
So there's one thing I like to add, like besides whatever you said. I think there are a lot of parents also that might be, listening to us right now. I think the core and the fundamental requirement is also the awareness that there
Yep.
is something like a design career that their children can take, because at that age, because we as all designers on the panel, we've been through that time. There was a time when I was shooting in Goregaon, and my parents were visiting me. That was not like 3-4 years back, and they were very curious to know what I do and why there are so many people. So when you're at that stage, and especially if you don't have any touch point or you have no exposure with somebody in the design field, I think parents and students at the stage of deciding which career to take, it's to be very aware that there is something like a design career which is extremely fulfilling, and you can do it too, and it's very credible. You can make a lot of money as an entrepreneur or as in jobs, and there are a lot of fields, industries, as you mentioned. They're not only just a graphic design or something. There are a lot of avenues, and to point out, there's not only just one institute like NID. Now we are, at a stage where they're very, very, credible institutes that teach design. At our times, we were like, I was a class of five students in one. And there are a lot of people who are contributing, and of course, technology. You are aware of, you can get a course anywhere in the world right now. Thanks to the situation we are in, people are more, okay to get education on online, right? I'm sure other people on the panel also agree, because
let
I
me
think
throw
the
in
parents
some
need to be
facts, some data points to support your point as well.
yeah.
This was actually, I think, a couple of years ago when one of my colleagues, a friend's friend, approached me for advice on design school. Although I'm not a design expert myself, but knowing about what's happening around the digital world, and I think this could probably help many of you who are listening to me make some decisions. In the last 4 years, there's been a pragmatic shift in the way in which corporates are hiring, right? And if I were to just throw the numbers in terms of what are the average salaries that has shifted from hiring as a landscape today, engineers earn 40% lesser than designers. That's the first point I'd like to highlight.
Yeah.
The second point I'd like to highlight is the fact that an average good A plus category designer in the 0 to 2 years experience bracket earns is in the range of about 14 to 18 lakhs. And this is not my data. This is an Economic Times data, and I can share that with any of you, or you can just Google up.
Which is incredible to start with, like a 15 to 18 bracket to start with. It's a great pay bracket.
Yeah. The third important aspect is the kind of job roles that are available, and this is something very interesting, is that when I joined Adobe 8 years ago, there were about 4 job roles that I was aware of from a design perspective. Today, there are 56 job roles that are relevant, and I can, if I may rattle out a few of them. We started off with UI and UX, which many of you are familiar with, user interface, experience specialist. Now we've gone on to the other side of the spectrum, where there are AR, VR specialists, not just by the ITITs or the media organization. Now there are real estate organizations who are, hiring AR, VR specialists.
Right.
There are scientific institutions who are hiring AR, VR specialists. Then we have communication specialists in different domains. Just to give you a flavor, there is technical communication as an area. There is something to do with, color and color specializations as an area today. And we're looking at gaming and game design, OTT specialization from when it comes to video and video relay as a design. Product design, needless to say, most of you would have heard of it day in and day out. And the world of OTT, which is the video, which is the largest consumption that's happening in the market today, thanks to internet, is the largest employer of designers in multitude of ways. Fashion has got umpteen number of opportunities in that space. I'll restrict at that for the moment, and I'll allow the rest of them if there are any additions.
I'm going to take that thought forward, Supreet, and I think we are very close to ending the session. But there's one thing that I want to ask, especially the designers, since all of you are in an entrepreneurship role, like hiring and managing teams, and this comes from my personal experience as well, that organizations today are in desperate need of creative leaders and not just makers, who are more of problem solvers. They apply creative thinking and they take a very design-led approach in almost every aspect of the business, which this leads to the current trends of, either a super specialization in an isolated subject versus multidisciplinary. What, according to you, is more relevant in the near and far future? Sheetal, I'm going to start with you.
It's a loaded question because things have changed. The decision makers, for some reason, and I don't know why, they have started to change. When an organization has a creative head, a creative director, the buck used to stop there. When I was a creative director, it stopped there. Today, the decisions are made by the business heads on design. Okay, and there's a serious problem there because a lot of companies do not have creative directors anymore. That's probably why we have so many design houses.
Right.
That's where, I think that, and something has to change, because if at the end of the day, see that, like you said, it's a design is a problem solving process. The initial part or your brief is all the research that comes in.
Right.
But assimilation and creation of a singular thought to carry forward for a solution. Okay. At the end of the day, we're all going to look at an app. We're going to, the product is there. It exists.
Yes.
But today, please understand, you will only stand out if your product is easier to use. It looks good. The between your parents, kids you have, the entire spectrum, they're going to pick the best looking and the easiest looking thing.
Right.
All right. So, and there's no doubt about that. Right. So when the decision of actually I like sky blue, all this nonsense starts to happen at conference tables, and designers, they say whatever you want, we'll do. Like, we're a service provider at the end of the day. So
major conflict.
The fine balance of having to explain, again, like I said, of having to say that this is wait and watch, but you're creating the future. You're not following.
Yeah, absolutely. But the creators, right?
You're creators and you are predictors. You are not the follower. You have to be convincing enough. But I think the ones that make this is from their gut are the creative directors, not the guys who look at Excel sheets and say, according to that. Right. So, and then going to all the multiple disciplinaries they have of design, like you were mentioning, like, there are that the opportunity is huge. It's ridiculous, right? So, especially because it's very visible today that design led, whether it's process, products, thinking, whatever it is the word. There's no, like, now again, from your parents to your children, everyone knows that. Right. Everyone is part of that process. We are all part of that process of branding ourselves when we wake up in the morning. We look at our mirror and say, what do we want to be today?
Right. Absolutely.
So, and that's to take off the designer word from it and make everyone a designer, and they'll understand that, the value of it.
Super. Great. So I've been prompted to kind of wrap it up now. as they say, no man is island. In any given occasion, there always be people who exerted so much effort, for its success. Similarly, an event cannot be successful without the people who devote their time and resource, in just making everything perfect. So I would like to thank all our panelists today for joining us. It's been a remarkable session. Thanks to the team Edutainment for making this happen and all the hard work you guys are putting in since so many days. We're on the 8th day today, I think, 7th or 8th day. And at the same time, people who attended our sessions, students, young graduates, thank you so much for being a part of this journey. I want to personally wish every one of you the very best of luck. Always listen to your passion and dare to dream. I think that's the note that we will end up with. Dolly, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. What I learned from this panel is that we should be able to unlearn and relearn. And you are as good as you create. Thank you so much to the panelists for such a wonderful session. For all my attendees, I would like to let you know that we have India's first 3D virtual expo exhibition for media and design happening simultaneously. Request you to please log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. Daily, they're giving away 3 lucky winners to win Amazon vouchers for 1,000 rupees. All you have to do is visit the stalls and look for the cookies in the document section. Collect all 3 cookies and send your screenshots to edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. For more details, please look on www.edutainmentshow.in. Thank you, and we will be right back.
Today, it's not about what you know.
It's about what you make,
what you invent,
what you design, what you build. It's about ideas.
It's about creativity.
We need new ideas.
We need to work together.
And it's gonna be a challenge.
Creativity is about storytelling,
and expression,
and passion,
and heart.
Now creativity is digital.
There are entire generations that have grown up in a digital world.
Creativity is more important than ever, but the tools have changed.
Students
and teachers
are doing amazing things
in science,
in business,
in medicine,
in education,
and in things we haven't even thought of yet.
Digital expression is the new literacy,
and creativity is the new fluency.
Learn the tools.
Learn the tools.
Learn the tools.
Because creativity isn't an elective anymore. It's our future.
How do you imagine the world around you? Is it what you want it to be? At Raffles Design International, knowledge is power and imagination is personified. Where you see problems, we see opportunities. Where you see limitations, we see exploration. When you don't know where you fit in, let's discover your world of possibilities. Our team of design professionals will provide you with the right tools for success. Get ready to design your future.
Welcome back to the 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. For all my participants who are attending, we have India's first 3D virtual expo exhibition for media and design happening simultaneously. All you have to do is log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. Daily, they're giving away to 3 lucky winners Amazon vouchers of 1,000 rupees. All you have to do is visit the stalls and find the 3 cookies which are in the documents there. Send a screenshot of the same to edu_giveaway at eventcapital.in. For more details, I request you to visit www.edutainmentshow.in. For my next session on Users Experience Design as a Career, powered by Adobe, I would like to invite our moderator, Shreya Nagi, Principal Designer and Founder, Kern Culture. She's been a panel moderator and jury member at India's Best Design Studio Awards, presented by Pool Magazine for the year 2015 and 16. Joining her, we have Amit Inamdar, founder and CEO, Zealious Design Studio. He's an industrial design consultant, educator, and social entrepreneur with an ambition to build ideas into reality. Joining them, we have Sudhir Bhatia, founder and creative director, Brand Studio. He's a strategist, innovator, educator, and perpetual student of design. He's trained as a researcher and designer backed by a foundation in engineering and finance. Lastly, we have Supreet Nagaraju, Head Education, Digital Media, Adobe India and South Asia. In this role, he's responsible for Adobe's education business operations, growing the sales and marketing functions, driving strategic partnership and alliances, expanding channel partner ecosystem, and driving the cloud service opportunity. I'm going to hand it over to our moderator, Shreya, to take it forward.
Thank you, Dolly, for introducing us. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I'm Shreya. I'm your moderator for this panel. As designers, our superpowers are creativity, empathy, analytical skills, the ability to think wide and micro, and all these add up to help create a more humane world through design and engaging user experiences, right? Now, today we have 3 industry experts discussing your future in the field of user experience. So all the students there, young professionals, stay tuned because it's going to be a very engaging conversation. On behalf of Edutainment Show, I welcome you to a conversation which is UX design. Is it for me, right? I'm going to straight away go to Sudhir. Sudhir, as experience is now a buzzword across design disciplines, right? There's a confusion about what user experience is all about, right? At its most basic, what does the term user experience mean? And if you can give, some examples of it from our daily lives, please.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. And look, every product has some experiences from signing on to even hearing about the product, and then utilizing the product, and maybe when you finish using it, and there's an after product experience, and there's hardware and there's also software, right? So let's talk about, most of the people probably hearing are thinking about software products and UX. And UX is a big buzzword now, and everybody comes out and says they can do UX. But what is it, right? UX is understanding user needs. It's really going down and becoming empathetic, which means you have to have some research. You got to have a heart to be a researcher. You have to learn how to ask questions. You got to really know how to get into tough environments and get into the field. You don't just do it at the desk. And then making solutions that meet those needs. At the end, you have to meet needs. If you're just designing for yourself, then you're not designing really products. Then you might as well be an artist.
Right.
And we're not artists, we're designers. And making those experiences then easy to use, which means you got to do testing. You again, it's like you can't just know the answer. It's not your opinion. It's not about opinions. It's about statistical results and then making decisions from that. So again, it's a total experience. Most UX designers typically need to be researchers, but they can't just be researchers. And that's something that a lot of UX designers think that, oh, I'll just be a researcher and I'll be a UX designer. That's not true. You have to be able to apply yourself, which means you have to convert the research into something. And that's very difficult. So you have to be able to make things. You have to learn how to make things. And I'd say that's a big part of UX design. You have to make wireframes. You have to learn the tool set. You got to learn XD, which Adobe makes, or Sketch, or whatever other tools. There are many tools out there. So you have to learn how to do that. You have to learn how to make prototypes and make a lot of different types of prototypes and test them. So that's UX design as I would understand from a software perspective. You can apply the same thing to hardware. It doesn't really change. And for a product, I would, my kids use Duolingo, and I sort of kind of come along and used it myself. And I think it's super easy. You come on, you get on without much resistance, without much friction. And literally within 3 or 4 moves, you can be learning Hindi, Spanish, whatever, right? So I think those are tools where less is more. It's not about making a Swiss Army knife, and we shouldn't be making Swiss Army knives, never. We should always make appropriate products, which means you have to know what your customer wants, you have to know what the user wants, and then eventually make simple, easy to use products, and that's user experience. UI comes after that, but they kind of cross paths, and people say, oh, but I'm a UI designer. It's a little bit different. So for now, just to answer your user experience thing, I'll leave it at that.
Super. So psychological aspect is extremely important. I mean, technology has its protocols, but this is, a very important.
Absolutely. I mean, you can read Danny Kahneman. Danny Kahneman, Kahneman won the Nobel Prize for economics. I mean, he was a psychologist. You read his book, fantastic, Thinking Fast and Slow. It tells you how the human brain works, and all designers should know how the human brain works. If I showed you yellow, and then for a split second, literally a split second, and then I put 3 pictures in front of you, a banana, an apple, and an orange, and I said, pick one of them. You will pick the banana first. Why? Because you saw yellow for a split second. You didn't even know that happened.
Right. And that's a beautiful part of it, Great. Amit, so we are clearly all, users of products and services, right? Therefore, we are the subject matter for designers to develop user experiences around. What is the method by which you determine a user's need, and how important is it to the process of user experience design?
Great question. So I think as designers, we are the ones who are never the only users of our solution. It's always designed for someone else. And that's why the user is the one which is the prime entity of any process or any project that you take up. So that's why understanding users' needs becomes the key element in the success or failure of a product. And the product could be, as Sudhir said, it could be physical or digital. It is entirely based on how well have you understood the personas, understood the end user, and have managed to address their pain points. So that's why the entire key of this process are the users, and that's why it is very important to first, I would say, it is one of the biggest aspect of any user experience design project, is to be able to understand the users, pin down their pain points, and have a logical approach towards solving them. And how do we do that? So there are different ways, and I think the first thing that we try to understand is who are our users. We have to define and understand who our users are. Then we try to understand what their problems are, what are the current solutions which are available, and what are the problems with the current solution, and how we can understand, or build the insights from the observations that we do. So one of the, I think the most primitive, or not, I would say primitive, but the most commonly used method is interviews. We have 2 types of research methods. One is qualitative, and another one is quantitative. And as the words suggest, the qualitative digs into a deeper understanding of your user, whereas quantitative is about just gathering that data. And as Sudhir was suggesting, it's about building the statistics. So there are different tools that are used in either of these methods. So if you go for qualitative, there are in-depth interviews, there are focus groups, there are journey maps, there is empathy where you go and observe. So these are the tools which are used in qualitative, where you spend time with lesser users for longer time, and you try to understand and observe and build insights from their behavior with a certain product, again physical or digital. When it
Right.
comes to quantitative, it is all about being able to build the right questionnaires, ask the right questions, so that you can understand how people interact with the products, or what kind of products that would solve a certain problem, or what are the problems that people face. So it's all about building the right questionnaires. It's about and it can be sent through emails, it could be surveys, and these quantitative methods help you to gather data from larger scope. So we can send it across globally. We can get people from different demographics, different ages, because even with qualitative, there are some limitations in terms of how many people can you interview in a given time. So that's where there's always the need of having both these methods very well understood, and depending on the project, you tend to select the right combination of these processes, and then understand their user. So to just sum up what I said, the understanding users need is the key, because they are the ones who are going to buy and give their solution, or if they are paying, but they are the ones who are going to use it. And the ways we can do it is by qualitative and quantitative, and there are different tools in either of these to be able to go ahead and understand and build the users pain points, and understand how we can address them going forward.
Right. Great. So of course, when we talk about meeting a user's need, meeting a user's goal. So Preet, can you tell us how user experience it helps meet a user's as well as a business goal, please? If you could just elaborate that thought.
Yep, sure. I think the first aspect of it, when it comes to business, is every action has equal and opposite reaction, and that reaction has got fundamentally two aspects to it, right? How do you make a product or a service more experiential oriented and customer centric? And it's boiling back to not just the art, but the science of making it happen, right? It boils back to the reaction points of various customers, backed by scientific data, which is analytical in nature. Now, these are data points by which you'll definitely be able to tailor make various forms of customer experiences. While I'm not an expert on most of the fields, but I'll share some experiences more from web and digital as an area, just to give you some example and the plethora of business problems that can be solved using user experience space. So let me take a small example of something that I do very frequently: order food from outside, right? I'm sure you all go into Swiggy or any of the other apps, or order through Dunzos and stuff like that, right? You wouldn't want to go back to a particular way of doing certain things if it was not pleasing you at that moment in time. So what am I trying to share here? Essentially, I'm trying to share that as a designer, the way and the flow in which you would try to navigate or make it comfortable for an customer or a potential customer to experience a journey, the time to make or break is 0 to 3 seconds. And that's probably a little more when it's a physical format, maybe 30 seconds to 60 seconds when you're walking in a store, if it's a retail as an area, or if it's a B2B, it's probably few minutes as an area. That's how critical it is when it comes to make or break from an acquisition of a customer. And this is business critical, and this is a boardroom discussion. And needless to say, there are umpteen number of problems that you solve when you're looking at user experience as an area, and the broader experience as a gamut is even more much more bigger. And user experience gives you granular insights and the experiences what customers would move from point A to point B to making a final discussions amongst the social engagement part of it, and how they perceive you as a most probable service or a brand to be associated with. and finally, looking at acquiring your service or a product. And this is the entire journey, whether it is physical or a virtual world as an area. And the moment you acquire, the last important aspect of it is now the defining factor in this entire journey is how best were you amongst the rest of the good services that you had. And retaining a customer becomes very, very critical. And that is where the best amongst the best actually sustain and grow. So retention is a new growth. And that is where, in business opinion, from a growth standpoint, I would lay 90% emphasis on how good a designer or how good an UX expert you are, based on the number of customers you're able to retain, and that is the defining factor from a recurring standpoint. And that's how critical is UX to today's world.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you. So I'm gonna, take this conversation ahead and probably ask very specific questions for, as UX as a education and a career option. Sudhir, can you elaborate on what a student will, be actually designing? You spoke about prototypes, yes, but what skills would a UX, hirer be looking for in an applicant?
So I would say very important is just logical thinking. Somebody who can navigate through a lot of data that's coming to them, a lot of different bits of information, and think of it as a system and create system diagrams visually, and then eventually convert them down to screens and stuff. But before they start in screens, no screens, zero screens, we don't start with screens. System thinking. Also have empathy, so therefore understand the use case, like really get into the use case. Don't just surface. It's not just a surface experiment. It's not writing a persona. Right? People say, oh, I wrote a persona and then I'm done with my job. No, don't write the persona. I don't care if you write the persona. Actually, what really matters is, do you actually feel? If we're designing for a physician, during the middle of a meeting with a patient, and the patient is really sick, do you really feel what that physician's going through or what that patient's going through? So when you're developing the solution for them, you sense the tension, you sense the urgency, and those are the things that then give you the firepower you need to make very difficult design decisions. I've been in very industrial environments. I've been in British Petroleum, where I really understood what a loud sound meant, like, because you can put this in a specification. Marketing can just say, oh, loud sound 100 dpi, and you wouldn't really know what that meant. But to have empathy, to really feel it, so you have to be empathetic. You'll learn how to be empathetic. Again, it's not about writing personas. And then you got to be able to make stuff. You got to love to make things. If you don't love to make things and you want to just talk, then don't become a UX designer, right? If you want to just be a researcher, then be a researcher and stay there. Don't tell me you're going to be a UX designer and you just want to research. Because a lot of people come say, oh, I'm a great researcher and I want to be a UX designer. No, but then can you make the screen? Can you convert it? No, if you can't. And can you think strategically and with the business in mind? Because the business has to do that. What Supreet was saying, that it's very important, that 3 seconds to get the conversion. You got to understand that that's important to my business. And if I'm not, so you can't just come and say, oh, as a UX designer, I heard that the customer said, I want it on Android, I want it on iOS, I want it on iPad, I want it on the desktop. And you come and tell the business, I want it on everything. And you didn't prioritize anything. That's not acceptable, because how much you don't have a sense that costs a lot of money. And that's not easy to do. There's a lot of maintenance cost to everything. So you have to be also sensitive to the business, right? I think not all UX designers come with that. You have to be collaborative, because you're always working with many disciplines. And prototyping like crazy, like video prototypes, all kinds of prototypes. But don't be scared. You make a video, you got to go act it out. You look silly. That's the thing, right? Why you be shy? That's not how UX designers are supposed to go be crazy. And that's what I would like in my designers, to be mad, not to be like very safe and secure. And
Super. Yeah. Amit, taking that thought forward, can you describe a typical, a day in the life of a UX designer? What are they expected to do and achieve on a day-to-day basis?
Maybe what I can tell is about the junior designers, because what I understand, the audience are going to be students who will be taking it forward. Because though the activities for the junior and a senior designer would UX designer would be titled the same, the depth in which the senior designer would work will be quite different. So as Sudhir said, I think the senior designers also take into account the business end, and they are trying to make sure that everything is executed. They are the coordinators. But whereas if you take an example of a junior UX designer, it would start with your day would start with a normal meeting with your seniors, and you lay down the task that you would be doing, kind of project that you're doing. And also it depends on the phase at which the project is. So in case you are at the initial stages, then you need to be part of the research. You have to understand, maybe you spend uh, quite a lot of time building questionnaires, because I think we tell this to a lot of our interns who come in. A lot of times building questionnaires and building design briefs are more of an English class rather than being a design entity, because you have to really word it right, so that it really makes the right impact, or it is read right by the user, or the person who is taking the surveys. So that's where I think most of the time would be spent. If you're at the initial phase, you will be spending your morning trying to work out different methods in terms of building the surveys. Then around lunch you would be showing it to your senior, getting their feedback, and then continuing the entire evening trying to build on it. If that's the initial phase, if you are now you have the research, and if you are built now making sense of the data, then it's a different ball game. Then you're trying to map the journeys, you're trying to map the user flow, the activity flow. You're trying to see where and how each and every activity connects, where should be what is the best point of intervention. So you start making sense of this data, and that's quite a complex thing, to be honest, because as Sudhir rightly said, you need what we call a macro and a micro approach. So you should be able to zoom in, zoom out all the time, to be able to say, okay, I'm adding this feature, but then what are the replications going forward? Is it just going to be a feature that someone clicks and forgets, or how does it make in the wireframe, how does it go, and at the back end in development, and everything changes in that case. And I think as you progress as a designer, as a senior designer, that thought process becomes clearer, and you intuitively start building those solutions which have those angles. But as a junior designer, you need a little bit of hand holding till you figure your way around how you should be able to work your way through. So if you are at the stage where you are trying to make sense of this data, then that's what you will do. But then going forward, and I think prototyping is what Sudhir has already explained. But if you're trying to create ideation, then you're trying to bring up different flows, then here you go in the morning, you put up all the charts that you had initially created, and then start building the wireframes, which are very quick and dirty prototypes. You spend time, you start linking things, you make working prototypes with paper. That's what we do at times, trying to move things around. And if someone pops this screen, then it will go back, and they'll give this feature. Sometimes we also do user surveys, quick user surveys at times, not too long. These are not exclusive extensive ones, but these are ones where you go and talk to few of your users to get the nerve of the user and say, okay, this is working, this is not working. So that's more or less, there's never a single. I think the beauty of design has been, and I think others would agree as well, that there is no set schedule. You don't know that after this 2 or 3 days maximum I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. It's always evolving, because design is an iterative process, and you may have planned it for 3 weeks, but there is a hiccup, and you have to go back to the drawing board and again start your research, and I try to understand this feature was built up, but now we have to go back and again rethink whether we really need that. So that's the best part as a designer, and as a junior designer. What we encourage our junior designers to do is do a lot of reading as well. So we allot almost like 1 hour a day, and they can choose before which 1 hour they're going to use, post lunch, before lunch, just when they come, or just before they leave. And that is where they're supposed to read, to understand. There are a lot of UX communities, there are a lot of forums around where they are supposed to just bring back, or absorb new information and then go ahead. So uh, that's how it is. It is very intuitive, it is very fluid. At the same time, depending on the stages you are, you will be performing a certain set of activities, and then taking it forward, reviewing it with the senior designer, and again implementing those. So that's how I think especially for junior designers, that what it will look like. So normally you come at night, there's never time to go home, but yeah, it is something like that.
Great. Okay, so safe to say that Supreet, UX design as it is, it's referred to as a very broad discipline, right, within which different skills are taught. Can you elaborate a little bit on what a typical UX curriculum looks like, as well as how a student would be assisted in the choices he or she makes in narrowing down or broadening this curriculum to their career needs?
Oh, well, I'm not sure if I can make justice to the curriculum question. I'm not an educator per se, but broadly, I'd like to highlight on two areas. One is the fact that it's a combination of the left brain and the right brain that works in tandem, that makes a fantastic learning outcome when it comes to UX as a design course or a learning experience. The first things first that I like to bring, or 1A in the overall curriculum utility, would be to look at how can you bring in the best of art, the craziness, what Sudhir was mentioning a few minutes ago, without having boundaries. That's the first aspect of it. And that's required, because if you need to innovate, you should not have the fear factor clouded on you. That's the most important aspect of it. And needless to say, the finer elements of visualization, the aspect of looking at design in multitude of ways, and looking at finer aspects of sound, the color, the look and feel from a video standpoint, different mediums of transmitting some of these designs becomes very, very critical. Now, moving on to the 1B side of it will be the science of it. And I described a little bit about the art and the science of it in the first few minutes that I chatted about. Here comes the interesting fact, and I keep hearing from a lot of engineers that, hey, can I become a UI UX specialist or just the UX specialist, and so on and so forth. I've been from the engineering background and so on and so forth. Right. So the answer is yes and a no. It's not about what you've studied in the past that matters the most. What matters the most is the innate skills and the flair and the passion that you have towards art and the science. When I'm referring to both of these at the same time, because the roles today need an amalgamated skills. Today organizations are looking at people with extremely good problem-solving ability, with a fantastic passion and the ability to execute art with data points that are coming in from the scientific side of the fence. Let me just give you an example. All of you would be familiar with our Indian tourism site, the famous site which you keep seeing advertisements on the dailies and TVs and stuff like that. Just to give you a overarching complexity of a web engagement in a tourism site like ours, we have 50,000 operators, tourist operators on this site, catering to approximately about few hundreds of countries, multiple languages, multiple cultures. And here comes the complexity, right? The government of India, that's the tourism department of our country, needs to not just message out every single glorified or a non-glorified or one of the best of the tourist spots in our country, but also needs to ensure that there is personalization that goes from every single tourist operator, service that they provide, and how they provide, and how is it unique in different languages, in different cultural ways, and also with a very meaningful way. The way in which you would probably design a particular website to the Middle East would be completely different from how you would probably design and push it to South African countries, right, or the African countries for that matter. Similarly, the North of America would probably have a different look and feel in terms of the experiences and the cultural fields for that matter. A simple thing like the size of a button in terms of I submit, I like, or probably the way in which the positioning of that please send me more details about this particular opportunity or the service that you're offering, makes a huge impact in terms of the number of leads that are getting generated out, what we call as a marketing qualified leads, and similarly how you funnel it down to the entire family. That is personalization. What you would probably see could be differently seen by 18 to 25-year-old, and so on and so forth. So in short, what am I trying to tell you is that art is very, very important. Now, applying art in a meaningful way, backed up by data and science, so that you can solve and address millions and millions of users, so that you have either a finalized output which is quantifiable, whether it is monetized or for not-for-profit, makes a humongous amount of difference in the way in which you design the curriculum. And output-driven curriculums are the name of the game, and it needs to be backed up by a tremendous amount of practical experience, whether it is media-oriented tools like XD and various other tools that Adobe has from a creative standpoint, also backed up by the digital marketing tools that various players have, including Adobe, like the AEMs and analytics and so on and so forth. So there is a need for, as Sudhir and Amit were mentioning, a hardcore non-screen, physical hands-on exposure backed up by digital exposure finally. And needless to say, all institutions need to be 90% practical oriented and less theoretical in nature.
Nice. I think it's very, very important point that you said was, the complexities when it comes to, when we, especially in India, we are dealing with various complexities and layering, whether it is in our belief system or it is languages or, our standard, our way of life, everything. So I think UX that way becomes challenging and exciting for us, in some ways. Sudhir, what separates a great and a well-designed UX from a good one?
I think greatness is when you achieve something, when you get an experience that you were not expecting. You got everything you wanted, but then you got something more. And I think customers have certain needs, and a good UX designer will meet those needs, the basic needs. But a great UX designer will go above and beyond that. And I think that's a very important thing. And I think part of that comes from you actually being a creator and an innovator. Innovation comes because, yes, we have to know the needs. And I'll tell you, I've learned something the hard way. I was in the US for many, many years, and I used to develop hardware. And I learned this the very hard way. We did a lot of research, and we learned, our customers told us what they wanted, and we did exactly what they wanted. And when we released the product, it bombed, and we had spent a lot of money to build it. So what I learned from that is you can't just follow blindly, because your customer will tell you to make A, but when you release it, they'll want B, or they might want C or Z, because what times have changed, and they can't fully articulate what they wanted.
Right.
So I think a designer has to be much more aware of the context of what's going on in the world. And based on that, make their own. At the end, they are the designers. The customer is not the designer. So you have to make some hard decisions. When Steve Jobs, so you have to believe. At the end, you have to believe. When Steve Jobs released the iPhone, BlackBerry was king. I mean, why would you compete against BlackBerry? Who would compete against BlackBerry? Why would a computer company go and compete against a mobile company? And that also, somebody who really got it right. But he knew, and he had a deep understanding. He released a product substandard, right? The black battery wouldn't last. But what he did, he understood one thing. He understood that entertainment was what people wanted, and he figured out how to give the internet in a way that we had an experience, because BlackBerry internet experiences were terrible. You couldn't use the internet on a BlackBerry.
Yeah.
But he created an app, and you hit that app, and boom, you got the internet, right?
Yeah.
So you got the experience of the internet through this very customized approach, which was basically every app is like a browser, but it's not a browser, right? So but BlackBerry's had browsers.
Yeah.
So I think great experiences are made by designers who believe. and who are well informed, really well informed, which means they're not just looking at user needs, they're looking way beyond that. They're looking at the tech, they're looking at, they just believe inside them, and they kind of have a sense of they're looking at trends, human behavior, they're looking at human behavior, and then they're designing with that in mind. So it's like, it's like Leonardo da Vinci coming together. These are not commonly found people. This is found rarely, but you do find them, and you do find them among our students. There are the Da Vincis among our students that are going to be fantastic changers of the world. Absolutely. And I think everybody has a little Da Vinci in them, and we should all believe that. So, that's what I think makes something. And look, greatness doesn't have to be like the iPhone. Greatness can also be a little button, right? So just remember, it's all relative. And that's my take on the difference.
I think exactly. I mean, when you talk about work, the entire idea of creating, the user's experience where we amplify their emotions. I think that is what kind of, excites me about my work too. So yes, it's a great thought. One final question, if everybody can just probably take 2 minutes to kind of wrap up. What is UX design not? And I'm going to start with Amit first.
UX design for me is not just aesthetics. It's not just coming up with a beautiful color palette and just putting things without understanding. A lot of unfortunately, a lot of students who start initially feel, if I can really, I'm good in using certain tools and build nice looking user interfaces, so to say it. But that's not what UX design is. UX design is not what the designer wants. UX design is what the user wants. UX design is not, I think, just to solve the basic problem, right? So they rightly said it's about being able to be empathetic, and also I think what UX designers need is a sense of what is going to come up, what is the mindset of the user, and what user may think going forward. So if you're launching something, if you're launching a service, it is not going to be used for that month or that year. It is going to evolve. And how do you anticipate that evolution? That becomes the key in terms of, and that's why it is not something that you just build and get away with it. And UX design is not easy, is what I would surely say, because it is something which needs a lot of research. It needs a lot of in-depth understanding. It needs a lot of I would say enthusiasm and passion to be able to get into someone else's shoe and really build a solution. A lot of times, and this is a phase, and I could honestly accept. Sometimes you're like, okay, the job done, but is it? And that's, I think, the question which was you asked before: is it a job just done? Is it a job well done, or this is the job perfectly done? Is the question that you would always need to ask, and that's something that is, as a designer, you should be really putting forward. So putting your foot down and say, you know what, this is what I've understood my users. I've spent so much time with them, but this is something I would like to offer, understanding the entire scenario and building this new solution and coming up with that. So yeah, I think that's what I feel about what UX design is and is not.
That's a very important and a great myth buster. It's a lot of students get into this field thinking it's a very cool profession to be in, but there is so much more to it. Supreet, please tell us, what is UX design not?
Okay, to me, it is not another aesthetic, cool, another behind the desk job. To me, it is the conduit between the boardroom and field execution. Right? If as a business leader, if I were to look at from a lens of the various users, I need to see what is the risk-taking ability and the innovation proportionality in designers that can solve problems for millions of people and attract them, hold them, and ensure that you sustain them across. And that is what I would like to look at from a business leader perspective. It takes a lot of courage. At the same time, you got to keep your cool and keep your right brain cells and the left brain cells working in tandem. Right. And keep the people waiting for what's next, the typical Apple effect,
right,
ongoing basis.
keep them engaged. Super.
Yeah.
Sudhir, we'll end this discussion with you.
Sure.
What is UX design not?
I would say UX design is not just research, because I find too many people come in with just research and think they are UX designers. UX designer is not graphic design, and but I will say it is a collection of a variety of tools that have to come together, and communication, and it's like I said, it's like the Da Vinci of product development. You have to be an entrepreneur, you have to have an entrepreneurial spirit, and you have to want to make. That's what UX design is. It's about making, it's not about talking, right? So that's really what it is. It's all about making and testing, right? And that's UX design. It's
Super.
Yeah.
So making and testing, and I think I'm going to thank you so much. A very, very power-packed session. I'm going to end it with one quote which kind of resonates with me the most. Even though I'm not from a specialized UX design, I'm from graphic design. But they say, people ignore design that ignores people. And that's what UX is all about. Over to you, Dolly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to my esteemed panelists for this wonderful session. My 2 cents, what I understood was look beyond the user's need. Great designs are the one that the designer believes and amplify the emotion. Thank you so much again for this wonderful session. For the participants that are attending the seminar, I would like to let you know that we have a free aptitude test and career counseling by Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica ISDI, Whistling Woods International. For more details, I request you please visit vx.edutainmentshow.in, or you can call on 981-92-39193. Hurry, there are limited seats, and we will be back. 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. For all the participants attending, there is a free aptitude test and career counseling by Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica ISDI, Whistling Woods International. For more details, please visit bxedutainmentshow.in or you can call 981-92-39193. Hurry, there are limited slots. For my next session, I have career opportunities in OTT content creation. The session is being moderated by Namit Sharma, partner producer, Big Synergy. Joining him, we have Aparna Achrekar, programming head, Z5 India. We also have Amol Parashar, who's an actor. We have Akarsh Khurana, who's a writer. And we have Abhishek Banerjee, an actor. We also have Sham Chabaria, COO, Head Branded Entertainment, Event Capital. I'm going to pass it on to our moderator, Namit, to take the session forward.
Thank you, Dolly. Hi, panelists. Welcome. It would have been great to see everyone in person, but we'll go with whatever technology is allowing us with today, in the hope that we will do more physical panels in the future. So thank you for joining the panel today, Akash, Amol, Abhishek, Aparna, and Sham.
Thank you.
This is a topic of I think great interest to a lot of young people out there who are tuned in possibly to the show, because as we know that in this overall doom and gloom scenario in the economic environment, if there's one bright spark, it's consumption of content on digital platforms, which means that there is going to be a very fast a movement of people from linear to digital, and growth in demand for digital / OTT content. So I thought it would be it's a good time for this team. Akash was just complaining that he hasn't had a day's break since the lockdown. I'm complaining of the same thing. I've just started. I was telling someone just started easing up a little bit after 60-70 days of very hectic work, because you realize that you have to kind of get some Sundays off. Abhishek has been very, very busy for the last 30 days doing Insta lives as a result of the Patal Lok. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On that, Abhishek. Well done.
I think he should start charging money now for Insta live.
Actually, my dad asked that. मेरे पापा ने पूछा था कि तू पैसे लेता है इन सब चीजों का, कैसे फ्री में कर रहा है?
Amol has kept all of us busy on social media. I'm sure he's busy reading scripts as well, trying to figure out.
Mostly cooking food for me and my flatmate.
Nice.
वही है. पहले तो सीखने में, फिर बनाने में, उसमें 2 घंटे निकल जाते हैं, 10 घंटे खा लेते हैं.
बाकी
tweeting.
बाकी Twitter
है. Mostly consumption, but sometimes sharing also.
Correct. Aparna, I know, has also been busy. About 15 hours of Zoom calls every day. It's very different, I guess. Running a business, running a platform online. Aparna, I mean, how has it been different for you?
Very, very different, because yes, we are reading the scripts, we are listening to narrations, we are going through PPMs, and then we are also managing business, right? And this has been COVID has been unprecedented in that sense. The kind of growth we've seen in terms of subscription numbers, viewership, time spent, overall consumption patterns has been nothing that the OTT has experienced before. It's almost like digital is now at the it's not even at the cusp. It has now become a full-blown revolution in the country. So yes, all of these
it's been a busy while.
To all of that, in your personal life, professional life, has indeed kept us all busy.
Yeah. And Sham, we know each other from a few years, has also been busy, I guess, putting this show or putting shows like this together.
Yeah, for us, actually, it's been a very different time for events.
Yeah.
We've come to a complete standstill, because I think for quite some time, people will take some time to come out, there might be some apprehensions. So we've pivoted to digital, and as you see, you guys are on the show, and we're doing this, which was a live show last year where we met on ground.
Yeah.
So I think it's been a great learning, and I think the industry is also kind of supporting it well. So and we are growing this curve. So I think it's been a great time, exciting times.
Good. So I'll start with Akash. About just to let's get a sense. You've been an assistant director. You come from a family of creators and writers. You've also written and directed, produced theater. You write and direct feature films and series. So is there any other thing left to do? A, B, would you have done it any other way? Would you have taken another route to this destination where you are right now?
I mean, I think the only thing left to do is really take a break. That's something I haven't actually done in a long time. And I thought that there would be an enforced one thanks to the virus, and that didn't happen either. Because like Aparna was just saying, I think businesses figured out their way to kind of work during this. And I was actually doing I was actually locking edits of a show that I've directed while sitting at home. So that was kind of something that kept us busy. I don't know. So the thing is, I've never been much of a planner. And considering all the things I've dabbled in, I think it's quite obvious that I at one point of time I was just really happy doing theater. I know Abhishek and Amol from my theater days. Abhishek actually housed me in Delhi for one night. So when I was watching college plays and for Tesco. And I know Amol as well from there, but I've never planned anything. So it's kind of been like a little bit of a, go with the flow kind of scenario. And I think it's been great because there's been a fair amount of a learning curve in that sense. I started as an assistant. I mean, I wrote Krish back in 2003, and I also assisted on it. So that was kind of like film school because I was involved for 3 years over there. And that was I was working on film. And today we're having a conversation about digital. So it's been quite like the entire gamut of everything from the beginning. But no, I don't think I would plan it differently. I think I kind of really like the ad hoc way that kind of things happen. I think it's a personality problem that I can't actually plan. I kind of just go with the flow. So I'd repeat that. It might be a different flow, but it would still be unplanned.
Would you advise young people who are watching us to do that? People who are at the cusp of their career, of beginning, of doing something, of making a few mistakes or whatever? I mean, that it's all advice.
Making a few mistakes, certainly. Trying to follow my unplanned route, certainly not. I mean, I was fortunate, I think, and things came my way and worked out. I think planning is important. I don't advise against it ever. I think the good thing I think now is that there are so many more options available, and I think with the advent of this OTT content scenario, I think what's happened is there's a lot more work for everybody.
Yeah,
I mean, like, and I've never seen theater actors busier. So
yes,
so
nobody has dates.
Yeah. I mean, एक ज़माने में like people used to say कि theater actor को TV में ले लेते क्योंकि लाइनें याद रहती हैं. But अब तो मतलब we are like when I'm starting a new play, I'm fighting for dates with their managers.
Because they have committed their dates to OTT. Yeah, I can imagine. No, I mean, it's interesting you said that. When I was, when we were curating the panel, one of the key things that I had in my mind was the power of transformation. That you can. The beauty of the business, the entertainment business, is that I don't know if it works for other businesses, but is that you can transform yourself from A to B to C, and the business allows you that till you find your feet, till you find your your calling, your rhythm. Other people in other industries might hop from industry to industry, but in the entertainment business, you definitely can jump within the business. And we have two stories like that with us. Amol, not within the business, but you've done engineering, and you clearly then transformed your career and your life because of a calling. So, what would you say to the idea of the power of transformation, the fact that you can do it?
I think when I came here, I thought I would be an odd case. I finished my engineering, was doing a corporate job, and I came here. But then I realized that very unofficially, probably engineering is the studies you do before you become an actor or a writer or a filmmaker, because there's so many of us here,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
many
yeah.
engineers I meet here, and there are more and more coming. And for some reason, you become their leader. And every engineer in this country who probably wants to become an actor or come in this industry will write me a message on Instagram and Facebook saying, "Sir, मुझे
मैं
भी ले
कर
लो,
लूं क्या
मुझे
मैं कर लूं
मुझे भी
क्या
आना है, कर लूं क्या नहीं, they've decided, they're
मैं
not
आ रहा
asking
हूँ
whether they should." वो है कि how do I go about it, or when I come there, it's almost like can I stay with you, almost जैसे कि मैं उनका senior हूँ. So I think that kind of, but there are very many of us, and yeah, and it's more of a personal thing. I think everybody has a personal journey. When I came to Bombay, it was not exactly the thing in my head was not how it's shown in films that you decide in one moment. I mean, it's a strange thing, but I always use the film Dhoni ka example, where that scene where he's sitting on the platform and you don't know whether he's going to get on the train or not. So real life doesn't work like that. It's not about कि इस moment में ये किया तो यहाँ चले जाएंगे, वहाँ किया तो वहाँ चले जाएंगे. It was a very rough thing. Like, I didn't want to work in a corporate setup at that age, in that period of time. That was one thing. I liked doing theater, being on stage. That was another thing. Then I happened to meet some people in Bombay who happened to invite me into a play for Thespo, and I thought, oh, this is happening. I know how to do a play. I can do a play. Then somebody happened to call me for an audition. कि चलो दिखाते हैं. Out of curiosity, you go, let's see this world also. You go to an audition, they maybe like you. Sometimes they call you back. Then you end up doing an ad, and you're like, oh, I'm on TV. Then somebody calls you for a film, and it was just more. For me personally, it was discovery along the way, and 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 getting the confidence that is possible, because I never saw myself as a film actor or a screen actor or anything. It's just that I used to enjoy doing theater in college, and I just wanted to have a little more fun in life before I left it and probably went back to
went
my
back
corporate job. But then I discovered that I got the confidence, because a place like an engineering college, I was studying in IIT Delhi. Even if you win the best actor award, it doesn't maybe mean much in the real world. So it's only when I came to Bombay and वहाँ पे लगा कि हाँ, ये लोग भी अच्छा बोल रहे हैं, ये लोग भी मुझे बुला रहे हैं, आकर्ष ने मुझे प्ले के लिए बुलाया. These people are calling you for work, and these people are saying good things about you when they see your play or your ad or your film. Then I saw myself in this world कि हाँ, मुझे आता है. You get that confidence, because anyway it's a subjective thing. Some of actors might think they're great, but you might not be. So I was aware of that. You have to be. So when I got good feedback, when I got more work, I also started to learn how to act in front of a camera, because that's slightly different than being on stage. So it's been kind of a discovery along the way, not planned. Like Akash said, it's not. And I think anyway, how much ever you plan, life
it's going to go in that
never
direction.
goes. It
Yeah.
never goes
Yeah,
as
yeah,
per what you planned. I couldn't have
yeah,
planned 5 years back where I'm going to be 5 years later.
yeah,
So that after many 5 years of living, you
yeah,
realize कि ये नहीं हो रहा है. Every time
yeah.
you think 5 years ahead, it doesn't happen that way. So I think
But there'll be a
there can be
surprisingly good 5 years, right? Some surprising
there
twist
can be
will
a
happen.
surprisingly good 5 years. Like last 5 years, I would say have been at least professionally good for me, because because of the OTT thing, it didn't exist when I came here.
Yeah,
There was no option. There was either theater, which I wanted to do, and then if I wanted to make money, then ads and TV or films. And films were too difficult to figure out how to get into, and TV was a little too distant in terms of creativity. यार ये तो मजा नहीं आएगा इसमें मुझे. And ads you do once in 3 months, which is one day of shoot. So I think there were only these options. I didn't know at that time कि मैं जब जाऊंगा in 2016, digital will come and shows will happen, and then I will become. I couldn't have planned it, because nobody knew that was going to happen. So it happened. It happened along the way. I happened to be probably around the right people at the right time, and I happened to do a show even before OTTs emerged,
yeah,
generally, which
yeah,
is
yeah.
2016. And since then, in the last 3-4 years, uh, yeah, we have lost count of the number of OTT platforms we have, and then shows तो किसी को पता ही नहीं कितने हैं, कितने बन रहे हैं और कितने आ रहे हैं.
Abhishek को शायद पता होगा, because moving to Abhishek.
Oh God.
Yeah, so I mean, high pressure job as one of Bombay's best casting directors, also actor, juggling both pieces, and then I think Abhishek has had a year. If there's any one person in the world who will not complain about 2020, It's Abhishek, right? So congratulations on Patalok again.
Yeah, that was.
And the moment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So how does it, again, you metamorphosed from actor to casting director to then, actor again, or maybe keeping both the balls juggling at the same time. How does it work? I mean, what's your advice to people?
No, in fact, I'll combine both what Akash said and what Amol said, because initially I was not planning. When I came to Bombay, I didn't plan. In fact, I remember telling my friends who were in Delhi, and they were like, "Acha, hero banne ja raha hai." I said, "Nahi, yaar, I just want to live in the city." My dad was in the transferable job, so I used to keep moving from one city to another. And Delhi, we had stayed for around 12 years because my dad wanted me to finish my education there. What happened with me was that I got bored with the city. So it was so
I can
came
imagine.
so I came to Bombay because I wanted to live in a different city and just be with these different people जो थोड़े से कम aggressive है. So that was my entire plan. And I moved in here without any plan, and I thought I'm going to get acting jobs within months because I was a star back there in my college. And as Akash said, so the best ones would help the thespians, and that's how we saw the Delhi theatre circuit and everything. So I was really very very confident, and someone who knew that I'm going to crack this movie industry very soon. But then I realized after giving a lot of auditions and just standing by those Shri Jis and going, I went for a lot of auditions for the first 6 months. And that's when something in me told me that this is not the way. I'm never going to cut the crowd and get inside an audition room and prove myself. It's not going to happen this way. There has to be some other way, and I need to think about that. And I really needed money, and necessity became my most important reason for joining casting. And casting was a way to keep myself active as an actor, because in casting rooms you give cues and you're always interacting with actors. You're sitting with the director and you're learning how the director is thinking about the characters. You're reading scripts. So I wanted to keep myself involved in the process of filmmaking by hook or crook. I didn't want to assist because I was very lazy, and I knew that वो सेट पे डायरेक्टर बहुत काम कराएगा, तो मैं उतना काम मुझसे होगा नहीं. मतलब मैं I don't know. So I never went there. I said कि नहीं, ये सही है, indoor job. You're just discussing with people, and you're meeting people, and you're interacting with big directors. One day somebody is going to spot you and get you the job. You'd कुछ ना कुछ तो हो जाएगा. Somebody will just hear your cues, and that happened. Coincidentally, Milan Luthria, the first film I was doing once upon a time in Mumbai, he heard my cues and he actually offered me a role.
Wow.
Another story that I didn't get the role due to whatever reasons, but he did that. So that gave me hope. So 4-5 years went in that, and then I kept getting rejected for wherever I was going. I don't know. I just couldn't cross the barrier from theater to camera acting. And there was a huge problem. And I realized that while working, but that was all part-time, unplanned, everything. Till OTT happened. Now, OTT made me start planning my life. Also, this was now 4 or 5 years in the industry, having worked with, different filmmakers and people. I worked in TV also. I did a reality show casting. I did everything. I've sat in TV channel meetings. I understand what the vibe is there. I understand how the filmmakers talk. I understand what the studios talk. So I was taking experience of everyone. I wanted to understand how the industry works. And then when TVF, the viral fever, that completely changed the way I thought about casting or acting. I realized that there's now that time I think we only had TVF. I mean, this is 2014-15 I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We only had one channel, and I realized that this is not going to stop here. Netflix is going to come in, Amazon is going to come in. I actually didn't realize that we will have our own TV, TV channels getting into OTT platforms. I didn't think of that. I didn't think about that. But I knew that the West is coming, and there's going to be a lot more channels. So that's when I decided to start casting there. because that's where I realized that I will need to create a space for casting where I can cast these new actors in these web shows. Because the new actors, as Akash said, the theater actors, they won't get an easy chance in films, because films, it's a lot about trust. It's a lot about how much money are you running on your face or name. So that becomes a very different agenda only in casting. In the web, I knew I will have the free hand, and that is what someone like me needed to form a formidable casting company, because I didn't have connections. I didn't know people. I didn't know big actors. So I couldn't call any big actor or say कि मेरे लिए रोल कर ले, वो रोल कर ले, जो आज की डेट में शायद I can do. I have now friends who are like Amol, who I might just take a favor from him and make him do something. So that I didn't have then. So I needed my own क्या बोलते हैं, my own set of actors.
You
And that
created
is
your
what,
own. You created your own opportunity.
yeah, and that is how I think that OTT made us start casting way, and OTT made me start acting, because in films I was not getting roles. In films I was doing those one scenes and those blink and miss characters, just because I wanted to be a part of a film acting and all of that. But when I did pictures, and that one scene uh, got me, I don't know, whatever that recognition was, that was a recognition, from wherever I would go, students coming up to me and talking about that one line, and people talking about it. Was not a rage, it was not on media or anywhere, but it was like, this underground marketing which was happening. And that's when I realized ki, oh, this is again a boom for actors, because now you don't need to rely on a full-fledged character for people to remember you. Even if you have one good scene and it's really good and the character is relatable, maybe these, you might have that small recognition which started. So many good actors who were nobody started getting recognition through OTT. And this begins from a Sumit Vyas, an Amol Parashar, Manvi Gagru, Anisha Chopra, Veer Rajwant. These are actors I know. I've seen them. I've known them for over a decade, and I knew what kind of talent they have. But I think they got the chance in OTT. So and it is still the beginning. I truly feel that this is not even the peak. This is not even the boom which I'm expecting. I think this is just the beginning.
We're just getting started.
Yeah.
That's true. Great to hear Abhishek's story. Aparna, we've heard the creators, Akash, Amol, Abhishek, constantly the whole journey of arriving at a point where there is opportunity to be an artist, right? You are an opportunity creator. You run a business that creates opportunity for the rest of us. I want to segue a little bit away from the arts in that sense and ask you, where are the opportunities for young people who are not inclined to just become either writers or directors or actors or producers or creators? Like, where are the opportunities in technology, for example? Because you have greater exposure to all of that. We won't even know what it takes for you to create or manage the UI UX of a platform, the interface, the experience, all of that. So what are the opportunities?
Yeah, so a big opportunity at OTT, and apart from, of course, content creation, right? So we have, you're quite aware, you work very closely with us, Namit. So we have the content creation team, the showrunners, but more importantly, we have a great team of content curators, right? Because we are looking at a country with a very diverse population, with very, very different tastes across different age groups, across different languages, across different geographies. So really putting together a good bouquet for the platform for it to get that real mass appeal, right? I mean, at Z5, we're very proud to say that we represent India, because we program in the most Indian languages, whether it's Hindi, Marathi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Bangla. We create originals in all of those languages, and then all of these are dubbed in international languages, because this content is also available in Spanish, Spanish and Arabic and Thai and many other languages, right? So really curating content is a big skill set, and again, it's not exactly a educational qualification that you need for that in particular. You need to be good at understanding content. You need to be very well exposed to what is happening in content. You need to have a fairly good understanding of data and the research that goes behind creating content. So definitely content curators we have a fairly significant team of content curators who are curating for across platforms. So it's not just different audiences, but across platforms. Look at it this way: when you're watching something on your phone, your requirement is very different vis-a-vis when you're expecting to watch something on a connected TV, right? So when you're on a huge HD TV, you want a very much movie-like experience. Whereas when you're on your phone, you're happy with even a short form video, right? Typically, your hyper short kind of content, vertical video is on your phone, but a great series, very well made series, is what you want to experience on your TV. And then India is also about this huge iOS phones, right? The 4,000 rupee Geo phones, and that's a huge significant market. Now, I cannot give the same programming or the same shows that a consumer is expecting on a connected device vis-a-vis what the consumer who's using a Geo phone, right? So therefore, our curators actually curate content across for all of these platforms also. So it's languages, it's geographies, it's platforms. We have a team of data scientists who are continuously looking at every heartbeat of content, because data in OTT is real time, right? We know how many people viewed the actual numbers. It's not representative like television, right? So how many people viewed, what was the watch time, where the drop of rates were. We do a lot of neural research around our content. So whether it's exposure to teasers, trailers, first episodes, or the entire series. So it's not only limited to what critics now tell you about content, or it's not only about what audiences say. We go to the extent of doing neural research. So then it's not even expressing what one has to say.
It's experiential, yeah.
Your brain waves are actually telling the researchers about really how you're reacting to content. So data scientists again, and a team of customer experience specialists, like so CX executives. CX specialists are a growing bunch of really wanted professionals in the OTT sphere, because they are the ones who define what your experience is going to be like, from the time you're onboarded to how you binge, right? How do we make you watch content for 3 to 4 hours? How do we ensure that you're forgetting your family, you're forgetting your friends? If it's Friday night, all that you want to do is binge watch a show, right? There are scientists sitting thinking through all of that very much well within our teams, who are thinking of what is going to be that next revolutionary technology or a CX initiative that will make you binge watch. So really, content creation and great content is one aspect of it, but the entire value chain is really what makes OTT viewing so different from all other mediums.
I think this is what you just described is such a big going to be such a big part of the business, the future of the business, right? Because while the creation monolith sort of comes from a place of an established film and television industry, right, and theater, people have just segued and then joined this business, and it's a known devil. But this other unknown devil is something that is going to balloon. I guess it's going to grow quite dramatically. Also have to say this, that working with yourself, your team, as well as other platforms, due respect that to everyone, that at least in today's day and age, your teams tend to act as good buffers between data and creation, because the two can never be linked directly. They have to be linked, sort of, I think, very consciously, in a very conscious way, but in a slightly intelligent way. And I think that's going to be the ballet that we all are going to be a part of, where learnings applied to making may not be as direct as they've been in television, or film, or feature film in the past. Sham is going to bring in another angle into this conversation, which is again a very, very important part of content creation, as well as kind of curation. Is brand funded content. Now everybody knows that whether it's YouTube or Z5 or anyone else, AWOD definitely in the future and even now in the present needs you know, brand funded content. You know, as a matter of fact, tripling. I always quote tripling as a great success story in brand funded content. It's actually one of the few success stories we have as far as scripted, content is concerned. So Shyam, tell us a little bit about the window of opportunity available for people to work in in this side of the business.
Amit. So what I'll do is I'm going to kind of pivot away from solutions, I would say. I'll term them as solutions. Back in 2004, when no one had believed in this space, right? We were at a time where I think broadcast was doing very well with linear, and no one believed that there could be something called branded content or branded solutions. So I started back with news. What I've seen is that as we've evolved from that journey since 2004 and where we are today, I think it's very important for the person who's in branded solutions to understand that he's facing three, four, I would say, faceted roles that he needs to play, right? He is talking to the brand. So he needs to definitely service a demand. And what is the demand of a brand today? There is acquisition, there is retention, there is saliency. Today, if you see, saliency has become, I would say, the last, I would say, bottom line benchmark for brands. It's more of, retention and acquisition, which brands today speak about very clearly when you go out and service a particular demand. And I think there are multiple opportunities because branded solutions can be catered to broadcast, can be catered for a production house, can be catered for OTT, can be catered for an event company. So in my journey, I've been lucky enough to work across 7, 8 platforms across multifaceted roles. But what's been the core offering? It's been always branded solutions. So is there a curriculum or a program that someone can actually take on and understand the space? Not as such, but definitely some kind of professional, I would say, education. So I did my master's in marketing from an institute called CIM. It's very important to understand the fundamentals of brand marketing for anyone to take on this role. Why? Because in the end, you're eventually offering your services either as an agency or a broadcaster or as an OTT to a third party, which is a brand, right? And servicing that need. So I think to face a brand, it's very important to understand how content works, how a solution works, what that content will deliver for the brand, what that content will deliver to the consumer, and how it becomes a holistic package, right? And today, of course, with OTT coming into our lives, and which is a great, I think, boom for all of us, is that performance marketing, right? Today, when you're out pitching a show, you have to also talk about how that show is going to be marketed, right? What will it deliver in terms of impressions? So I think today's brand solutions role is not as easy as it was like 15 years back when I started. I think it's a multi-faceted role, very complex, and one needs to understand the DNA of all these spectrums when you pitch any kind of a solution outside. In terms of opportunities, I see a dime a dozen opportunity, like I said, because you can be in demand for a OTT platform, in demand by an agency, in demand by a producer. You can work across all these platforms. So today, if you are able to create, and you have to be very creative for sure, right? Because you can't be someone who doesn't absorb content, doesn't understand content. If you are universal and you understand platform agnostic creation, I think you're a well-deserved brand solution professional. So I see a lot of opportunities out there.
Thanks, Sham. We have about 15 minutes left. We're going to do a quick round of questions, very specifically. So, Amol and Abhishek, quick one to you, both of you. What is the level of mental toughness required to be in this business? And is it the most significant thing needed? I mean, I know I'm coming from a very recent, whole past week has been tough, but is mental toughness the key, or are there other things like training and exposure and, like Abhishek mentioned, a certain fluidness and a certain adaptability? What is the where is the toughness quotient that one has to firm up within?
I think training is very important. I think that will give you the mental toughness. If you are not trained somehow, I feel that eventually, even if you get your first few breaks, eventually it will not sustain. And that is what I have been seeing. I mean, whatever past history, future, whatever I can read of actors or performers or directors or music directors or anybody in the creative field, I always see that the ones who have had a heavy training in their past, they have managed to sustain it for longer. But mental toughness is definitely tough. I think it's a priority, I think, in the industry. Like I come from a paramilitary background, so my father, units and everything, all those defense people going from one place to another, setting up their own thing. I feel that film industry also somewhere, works like that. We call our thing a unit, and there's this entire movement, and there are number of days we go and we stay, and maybe the food is bad, and still people are working, people are falling sick, but still, so the physical and the mental endurance is very, very important. People are not nice, everywhere you won't find people who are nice to you. So how do you react to that? How have you reacted to bullying in college? How have you reacted to bullying in school? And how have you managed there? And you have to take those things into consideration and maybe somehow find your space in the industry. But very importantly, you need to have a very, very strong core group of friends and family who are there always with you.
Amol,
I know. I think usually शायद ऐसी बात हो रही होती तो I would have probably said something funny and let it go. But last 2-3 days, 4 days, I've been sensitive, and
Yeah.
we're all making sense of it.
Yeah.
I'm still forming thoughts around because there's a lot of things that are, I think, very conventional and have thoughts that have gone on for a while. कि film industry ऐसा है, Bollywood is a dark place. You need to have a thick skin. But I'm also starting to think little bit. I'm still forming my thoughts कि यार ये हम बोल के ना उस चीज को वो करते हैं.
feeding the monster.
We're feeding the monster constantly. Every time I am asked a question as an actor, I'm saying, do you have a thick skin? Do you feel accepted? And I'm like, now I'm thinking, accepted by who? Who do I need to get accepted by for you to stop asking this question? You are creating this thing for me to think about, go home.
Correct. Yeah.
An actor was successful and then now things are coming out and they're saying in his last press conference he's being asked, do you feel accepted? He's a big star. He's famous across the country. He's doing things. Like, who does he need to get accepted by, and how do you
define acceptance?
How do you define that acceptance?
Yes.
So I think there's a lot of this thing. There is politics, there is favoritism, which happens everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a little more this thing because हम लोग खुद ही hard है, हम लोग हर चीज के लिए judge होते हैं by the way we look, by the way we speak, by the way, which we know. Everybody who's come here knows it. I think everybody who decides to come in this industry, they're already tough enough to make that decision, to leave family behind and jump into this uncertain thing कि कितने में होगा पता नहीं, 6 महीने में होगा, 6 साल में होगा, 10 साल में होगा, किसी को नहीं पता. Like we are saying, we can't even plan enough to say कि, I'll go here. I can say 5 years I'll reach there. Maybe 6 months later, suddenly something will blast off and I'll become bigger than I even thought. मेरा 5 साल के ऊपर भी निकल गया शायद में. और हो सकता है कि some things don't work out and it doesn't work out as well as I thought. So I think वो है. But I am very confused about trying to be a sensitive person also because that helps me be a good actor.
Yes.
But everybody telling me you need to have a thick skin. So it's like
नहीं, sensitive people can be like, मतलब वही बात है ना कि acceptance वाली जो बात कर रहा था. I think that is what is very, very important, that sometimes people want to be accepted by people. I don't think that's required in the industry. I mean, there are many cases where people don't actually hang out with others, but they're working. So I think that is what we need to really.
I think we just need to keep telling younger actors that maybe we have been around for a while.
Yeah.
हमने कुछ करके सीख लिया and we have been safe enough. We found each other to be, to find sanity. But I worry for the younger actors because मुझे भी ऐसे बताया गया था कि यार ऐसे करो, behave like this, do like this, wear these clothes, start talking like this, ऐसे बाल काटो. There's so much definition of who you need to fit into to be an actor, and that kills. Like if अगर actor अलग-अलग नहीं होंगे तो अलग. Like if Abhishek and I and Akash start looking the same and talking the same, फिर हम क्या, what will we offer on screen or on stage, and what is our individuality? But that's fed a lot. So I think mental toughness already है. We're already hard on ourselves. Film flop होगी तो हम खुद ही sad होंगे. Our business will suffer. Our stock values will go down and up. So it requires toughness. But I think we should also start telling younger people that कि robot बन जाओ. मतलब stop feeling and I don't know. There's a fine line somewhere.
Stop telling people to be on Instagram if you're an actor. I think वो बहुत हो गया ना.
हाँ, मतलब फोर्स मत करो. मैं करूँगा अगर मुझे करना होगा तो, या मैं.
हाँ, ये बड़ा मुझे बहुत फोर्स करते हैं ये डालना, वही कहना नहीं करना है, मन नहीं है.
Okay, thank you, Amol. I think it's a hot button topic right now, and I think one of the things that I'm taking away from what you and Abhishek are saying is A, training just to learn the craft, and B, also a certain amount of self confidence. We have a lot of questions coming in from people who are watching this session, asking about how to be at auditions, etc. We'll come back to that. I just want to ask Aparna and Sham, who work in the corporate sector, and there's enough people who want to do that as well. Mentorship, training, taking young people under your wing, and allowing them to do multiple roles before arriving at where they want to be. How much of that do you inculcate in your company culture, Aparna?
We regularly take interns from across schools, right? Whether these are from schools where they're learning arts, or even from business schools, and actually give them an opportunity to rotate across departments, because even when you're graduating, most students haven't really made up their mind what they want to specialize in. Their curriculum wise, they may be specializing in one thing, but really don't know where they want to make their career. So we do give them that opportunity, and gives us also a good opportunity to assess what where their skill lies, and a lot of times mentor them well. So.
Sham?
Yeah, so Namit, at Event Capital currently, most of our team has joined Event Capital right as freshers. 80% of our team joined when they were fresh, and today they've become senior managers, associate vice presidents in the company. Most of them today can play multifaceted roles, right? So we definitely push these people to work across departments, so everyone is self-independent and can actually service any requirement as such. So we keep on cultivating new talent. We keep on growing our talent base across functions. We have departments, but each one is trained to be absolutely self-dependent and can work across functions.
Thanks, Sham. Akash, a couple of young writers and creators are writing and asking advice when they're either writing or pitching newer ideas, whether it's to producers, directors, or platforms. What would your advice be?
Well, I think that one thing that what Aparna was also saying is that now with the amount of content out there, I think one thing that's become quite clear is that there's actually an audience for everything. And there's all kinds of content that is being watched by people. So my advice actually would be to to create something that you actually know. I think it's very important to kind of find your own voice. That for me is very critical. I think that a lot of times, and we come from a slightly older school where, you are working on commissioned projects, and I have done that, right? I've been part of
We've all
projects
done
that,
that.
yeah, we've all been executing someone else's vision.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's that kind of makes up for the training that Abhishek was talking about.
Yeah,
that's your training. That's your film school in that sense. But the thing is, I think it's very critical that you find your own voice, because that's what's going to set you apart. And not just as a writer, as a director, as an actor. I think it's very critical. Like, I have been working and writing for the last 17 years, but I feel that it was only with Tripling and and with Karwa that I found my voice.
Yeah.
And you'll see the similarities in just the sensibility. And the thing is, all I'm saying is कि अपनी sensibility दिखाने से डरो मत, क्योंकि public है. People want to listen to what you have to say. So don't try and tell them what you think they want to hear. Okay, just say what you have to say, because people will listen. And I think it goes across the board to all creative talent, quite honestly.
Yeah. Abhishek and Amol, a lot of questions for hacks, audition room hacks. Audition room hacks.
I have never cleared auditions that well, so
30
Amol, you have
to. Yeah.
I think
audition room hacks. Casting director, sir. Casting director.
The quickest hack I will give you is that find your voice in the scene. Like how Akash just said ना, वो scene में अपनी voice ढूंढ के करोगे, that will be your USP. अगर किसी और की तरह करने की कोशिश करोगे तो सब लोग वही कर रहे हैं. So just find your voice in that scene.
Amol.
Same thing. See, I have, in fact, Abhishek ke saath bahut well, because I've known him for a very long time. First time I met him was, I think, it sounds like that, but it's a decade back almost. 8 saal ho gaye. First time they called me for an audition for a film, and he was an assistant casting director, and we kind of bonded on कि अरे हम भी Delhi से हैं, दोनों आए हैं, भटक रहे हैं सड़कों में. So that's how we became friends. And over the years, I have seen him grow as an actor, what he was talking about, because he was in those rooms every day. He was in. I was not getting to act every day. I was only getting to act when I was getting called for an audition. हफ्ते में 2 बार, 3 बार, 4 बार. He was acting almost like for 5, 6 hours every day. And I saw that change in him because when you're in practice, you're doing the same scene over and over again with different actors. You are reacting to different actors differently because sometimes he can't keep doing the same thing with every new actor because every new actor will do it differently. So it will sound. So he also has to adapt. The actor has to adapt. So that is how your body and mind and voice starts to become
Thing.
trained. And I used
It's
to
a
feel envious of that.
subconscious thing. It's a subconscious.
I used to feel envious of his experience because then in my auditions, then I wanted him to be around because I knew he was the best actor in that team, even for just giving cues. And I would say, Abhishek, you have to be there. Huh? अभी मेरे audition के time पे तो वहाँ पे रहना because I want you to be doing the lines with me because that will make me perform better. When you're
That's
performing with a
why.
better actor.
That's why I've told this many times that actors should at least take one small internship with casting directors. It really helps. It really, really helps.
Probably. Or even if you don't have the opportunity, I think it's just what I'm trying to say is that you have to keep
रियाज करो
working on it.
रियाज हाँ
रियाज है एक वो बॉडी एंड माइंड बिकम फ्लेक्सिबल तो कि अभी डायरेक्टर हो सकता है सेट पे बोले नहीं ऐसे भी करते हैं एंड आई यूज्ड टू गेट स्टक इन द बिगिनिंग आई यूज्ड टू गेट स्टक कि मुझे नहीं सडनली हाउ डू आई बिकम सेम से द सेम लाइन एंड स्लाइटली लेस एंग्री स्लाइटली लिटिल मोर ऑफ दिस तड़का लगाना आपको आता नहीं आप फंस जाते हो कि ये क्या हो रहा है मेरे को तो यही आता है मेरे से तो यही हो रहा है and I used to get stuck but with experience with time the more comfortable you get the more flexible your body and mind and heart becomes. Even the director is able to mold you. They will push you in a certain direction and you let yourself get pushed. And you need that trust. Which is why I'm saying if I have Abhishek in the room, there is more trust. If he says कि नहीं इसको तू उस direction में ले जा, there is a subliminal trust. यार ये नहीं I believe him. I believe in him. ये सही बोल रहा है. Let me do this. So I won't stop myself or I won't do it half-heartedly. So I think it is a very sensitive process. So you have to train your senses to behave in a certain way and keep doing it. Keep at it.
That's a good idea.
Keep at it.
Audition will always be better than the 10th audition will always be better than the first.
And you know what? Sometimes you never know. You go in an audition and you realize ki, oh, this is what I was waiting for all my life. And that happened to me for Jana. I never thought that I can play as Jana, but when I gave the audition, I realized ki, oh, this is what I've been waiting. So you never know.
You never know. That's true. One quick one before we wrap the session for Aparna. So we were, discussing something else, and Aparna mentioned a very scary possibility about the future about AI entering the business. Artificial intelligence and editing 10-minute versions of existing material or 7-minute versions, stuff that humans have been doing for decades, right? Aparna, what is this dystopian kind of reality that you're projecting?
This is not dystopian. Namit. This is very much true. We do this day in, day out, and we do this for when we have daily on-air TV content, we create 10-minute webisodes out of that, and all of this is done through AI and ML tools. So, and this is language agnostic. So the tool can scan through your content, pick up the high points, pick up and merge them into a scene and make a beautiful 5, 7, 8, 10-minute
like a best of kind of. That's very, very interesting. So that also means that obviously it needs humans to feed that data and that intelligence into the AI for it to function that, right? So now there's a hybrid of like a creator technology kind of hybrid needed.
That's the beauty of OTT, right? Content creation in the digital age, and if I may sum this up, content creation in the digital age is about AI plus ML, So there is the human intelligence, which is, in the form of art that all of us create. There is the layer of artificial intelligence over that, and then machine learning that takes over to really give us all a great product. So while, the humans and the art continues to thrive and flourish, AI and ML will only add it, be the cherry on the cake.
Be the multiplier effect. Yeah. Fantastic session, guys. Really good talking to all of you. Like I said, I wish it was in person, but yeah, I think it's time. I'm getting constant messages that you have to wrap within a minute. Thank you, Amol, Akash, Abhishek.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Aparna.
Thank you.
Really good session. And over to you, Dolly.
Thank you so much for an awesome session. From what I understood from my panelists is train, build your self-confidence, enhance your individuality, work on your unique point, and above all, find your voice. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. For all my participants, we have India's first 3D virtual expo and exhibition for media and design happening simultaneously, for which I request you all to look. There are daily giveaways for 3 lucky winners to win Amazon vouchers of 1,000 rupees. All you have to do is visit the stalls, look for the cookies in the document section, and collect all 3 present and send screenshots to edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. For more details, please visit www.edutainmentshow.in. And we will be right back.
Say no more. I am not bothered if you're keeping score. I'm only looking for some room to breathe. Just a blanket for my hopes and dreams. Just one moment to be free. Just one moment to be free. Just a blanket for my hopes and dreams. Just one moment to be free.
to the 8th edition of the Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. For all my participants, we have India's first 3D virtual expo and exhibition for media and design happening simultaneously. For more information, I would request you to please visit www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. Daily, 3 lucky winners will win Amazon vouchers for 1,000 each. All you have to do is visit the stores and collect the cookies on the document section. Collect all 3 cookies and send a screenshot to edu_giveaway at eventcapital.in. For more details, please do visit www.edutainmentshow.in. For my next session, we have a panel on the art of DJing. The moderator for my panel is Aman Anand, Director, Kickstart Entertainment.
Yay.
Joining him, we have DJ Akbar, DJ Akil, and DJ Akhtar. Over to you, Aman.
Hi, very good evening to all you people out there, the entire viewers on Edutainment. Opening, first of all, I'd like to thank Dolly for that quick introduction. Thank you, Dolly. She's been a part of a lot of the stuff we do in the entertainment media. This is called the 3 Aces.
हमें भी चाय पिलाओ यार, हमें भी चाय पी रहे हैं.
The video on that. Okay, Riker, out.
You got stuck. Even I'm
and
team.
Now Akil's got up. Okay, so
no, I've gone to order tea, man. Even I want to have tea.
Anyway, so jumping back into this, so we're getting into the art of DJing is actually a panel's name, but a lot of our entrepreneur friends and DJs over here, Akbar, Akil, and DJ Akhtar, a lot more than just being DJs. The music producers, they're just tons promoters. They've done just so many things in their careers. I'm going to start with a quick introduction.
Singers also.
Yeah, singers also. I'm going to do a quick introduction from my perspective because everybody holds a very special, part in my growth and my career. The first being Akbar Bhai, who I've actually met in '98, is more than 22 years in Bangalore at UFO. I think one of the best nightclubs we had in this country, which was, I thought, the best sound systems. Akbar, if you remember, with
of course, yes.
Davis doing the sound and
God,
just a spectacular outdoor, semi-outdoor indoor kind of venue. One of the first venues which had endorsement from a brand. So it was UFO Fast Track coming together. That was a fun moment for all of us. And not too many people know when I came to Bombay and started living on a very meager salary. Akbar's mom played a very important role. While Akbar was sleeping, she was feeding me lunch every day at Pali Naka. And that was a very special moment. And we always, remember these moments. Moving on to Akhtar. We were the black sheep who used to stand in the boys' line because we always tagged coming to 1900s, and Akhtar was just this legend we all looked up to. Like, wow, he plays at 1900s, and he used to do so many interesting things. He was just always used to get the crowd and the best celebrities, faces, whether it's South Bombay actors, whatever. Everybody knew Akhtar, and everybody. And Akhtar, thank you for being part of my journey also for the past 20 years. Yes, Akhtar.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope you got there. And moving on to Akil, again a friend for 20 years, but we had a very different vision with Akil because though Akbar, in 2000 did this mega mix of Jalwa, which went crazy. When Akil got into the remix and producer mode. With Disco 82, was Disco 82 the first one?
No,
Akil,
first one, nahi.
Yeah, but the difference was Akil became the face in all the videos also. Like with Akbar, what happened? A lot of people just knew the name. Nobody even knew how Akbar looked. Everybody in the country knew the name Akbar Sami. But with Akil, they got a face recognition because of a lot of stuff had started by then. So that's a brief introduction about all my lovely friends over here and colleagues. Jumping into your first question.
We love you, Aman. We love you always.
And we have Aman Anand. Aman Anand, my darling,
Aman
my brother.
Anand, the rock star.
So jumping into the first question is straight away, how many years? Now, Akbar, Akhil, Akhtar, the vision over here is edutainment is about students looking up to different careers, what they can do, what they can't do, what happens in different careers, etc. So DJing is an art. It's not exactly just something which you can plug and play and just come and learn in 6 months. It's an art, and it's going to take time for somebody to evolve in that. So coming back, we just need a quick 1 minute on everybody's introduction, which is the number of years and your moment of start. How did you start? So over to you, Akhtar, first.
So I started 2 years ago after I finished my FYJC, immediately after college. So
that means 1970 or something.
No, he just finished 2 years ago.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
He's only 23.
Why are you making us old, man?
Okay.
But Aman, thank you for the wonderful intro. And those of you who don't know Aman is the main director, CEO of Kickstart Entertainment, and the one responsible for the INCA, the Indian Nightlife Convention and Awards. So a big shout out to Aman. He's also responsible for bringing one of the biggest festivals to India, Sunburn, and a big. I mean, when nobody had heard of it, there were not so many DJs. So that concept was entirely his, and thank you for that, Aman. We love you.
Love you, man. Thank you. Kind words.
About myself, it's been about I don't know. I started off somewhere around 89 or something like that. So not that many years, and I started off with this nightclub at the Nataraj Hotel called RG's, which is now the Intercontinental Hotel in Marine Drive. From there, I moved on to the Taj at the 1900s. I was there for a good 16 years as a resident DJ, and then everybody knows my story. So.
Thank you, Akhtar. Moving on to you, Akhil. A moment about your start and what was your initial journey like?
So basically, this is my 20th year, so 2 decades of DJing.
Wow.
And it's in 2020. It's in 2020. What a year to come. When nobody's DJing, everyone's sitting at home. Crazy. But yeah, so that's about it. So around 89, around 2000, 99, 2000, I started. I had my first album in 2000. And it was with Universal. My first track this album was called Shake It Daddy.
Oh,
and
nice.
the first track was Nahi Nahi. And from there, the journey began, yeah. That way.
Superb, man. So everybody, and now moving on to Akbar Bhai. Akbar, come on, few lines about where you started, and technically, I think in India there was nobody called a DJ or a disc jockey at that time. So
there were like I've mentioned this many a times. I'm not going to take much time talking about all of that, but there were like 3 or 4 guys. One of them is no more, and I really respect and admire and salutes to him. His name was Chetan Karmarkar, who used to work at Studio 29. He was one of the first, and then there was
Sanju Chet.
Chetan, yeah, Sanju Chetan. Yes. Yeah. So Chetan was the guy who was the hero at that time, and he was the DJ. And there was Sunny Sareed in Delhi, and there was somebody in Calcutta, and there's just very few. You could count them on your fingers. And
what about Lenny?
That was it.
Wasn't Lenny also there at that time?
Lenny was kind of. I wouldn't. Frame them as disc jockeys, because they were more like, running a club and DJing and managing and bartending. Because mind you, the club culture per se at that time had not set into the country.
Right.
So there was nothing like this. DJing also was not given that much importance. It was just like somebody who was playing music. And there were clubs which were still playing the spools. I don't know if you remember the spool.
Yeah.
So the song would start like that, and the song would end like that. Things like that.
Mixer. My first mixer was the knob mixer, no faders.
Yeah. So it was during then, and that's when coincidentally I got into the console and started playing music. Being a dancer, I had the sense of rhythm, which helped me a lot to understand what it is. And luckily, thanks to my father, who had sent me to a music school. So I had learned the harmonium, I learned the keyboard, and I learned a little bit of tabla. So the music sense and the rhythm and all of that was there in the head. So it helped me a lot doing what I was doing at that time to grow into it, because of course, like I said, there was no social media, there was no Google, there was no music, that you could download. And there was hardly, there was no media at all, I would say, to 0.1% media. So that was the time that I got into it. And then, I went to London and to do a course for DJing with the Juliana School of DJs. Spent about 4 months over there. Luckily, I found a gentleman called Suku Sudarshan. You know Suku very well, Aman.
Yeah.
And he kind of was a very important factor where DJing is concerned in my life, because that's the guy who helped me with music and understanding what DJing is all about. And I, like you said earlier, thank you very much for calling it the art, because it is an art. It is an art. It's not a job. It's not a 9-to-5 job. It is an art form of work, which a lot of people in India still don't know and don't understand. And I think the concept of DJing, unfortunately, has become like playing songs on a laptop.
Yeah, it's all like I'm not the greatest fan of today's new breed, though they're doing really well. But that's a personal thing. I know you have to move where the flock moves. Your moment of start we spoke about. I'd like to point out one thing to the audience. That if the three people you're seeing on the screen, Akhil, Akbar, and Akhtar, they used to play what Akbar spoke about spools, but they used to play on records, which is vinyl, which is the real art of actually mixing.
I was coming to the vinyls. Yes.
It is no playing a CD and tapping a few buttons. Yes, it is a bit electronic. There is a little logic in it. But the true art, if I would go back, is what used to happen.
Cassettes. I started with cassettes.
Yeah. I used to do cassettes.
Not to forget, yes.
I used to do cassettes in Goa myself.
No pitch control. Play, pause.
Play, pause. Yeah.
From the spools to the cassettes, from cassettes to the CDs, and from the CDs to the
Dad. Before that, we had the dad.
MD player. Mini disc.
MD, we had dads, and even and when the CDs came out, we had the S45, which you should just play and pause because you don't get a skip on it. Yeah, but that was fun. In this journey, I'm going to just ask all of you two clubs, and I'm not bothered about the global scene. Everybody knows what happens globally. Let's talk about India. Two of your favorite clubs, Akhtar, in this country, and a little one line behind them.
I think there are a lot of them like that, but I think Privé at the Shangri-La in Delhi, I'm always very much in favor of that place, because I like everything from the aesthetics to the sound to the lights to the visuals and the crowd itself, and plus over there I get to play long hours. And I also like the feel at Tito's in Goa, because it's an open air thing with 1,500 people over there. So even that gives me a buzz. It's great. The last we did, the Jai Viru over there, was like a super hit event at Tito's in Goa. So these two
a lot of you know this, but where Tito's, where the top section of Tito's is, and where Mambo's is down, there was no Mambo's in the 1990s. And I had done a show in 97 where Mambo's was actually my stage, and we had created a dance floor going down till the beach. And we had done 7,000 people in 1997. It was just off the hook, and we went on at 6 o'clock. Talking about Privé, Akhtar, a lot of the breakfast staff remembers you in the hotel. Why is that always?
Because I don't leave.
His job is 9 to 5. 9
to 5 a.m.
I don't like to leave the console.
I'm talking about the breakfast staff in the coffee shop and all, no? After playing and some bottles, champagne and all being. I was a huge fan with our buddy, our joint buddy Dilip Joshi, when you guys created Poison, which was
so my
magical
favorite
venue.
Two clubs. My two favorite clubs are Fire and Ice and Poison.
Yeah.
And man, Poison had every star celebrity there. So did Fire and Ice, and the Chandni Bar night
Yes.
Oh my God! Tuesday night we created a property and it went off the hook.
Yes, yes.
I thought you're asking existing clubs.
No. I'm saying your best clubs over here.
So then I'll vote for 1900.
Yeah, exactly. My thing was Fire and Ice in 1900s, man. That's it. And Poison.
Yeah. I know, Akhtar. Yeah, 1900s actually should have got it.
Maybe I was also wondering, what is Privey you're saying? Why not 1900s, man?
No, he said, I thought like clubs which are right now existing clubs. But
No.
I mean, of course, 200%.
300% Fire and Ice. Yeah. I mean, and 1900s. Yeah.
You know, it's so amazing when you walk down with Akhtar at the Taj and he could be pointing out that, do you know, at that time we used to do this, and these were the roads, and this was the gully to walk to this room, and this was the staff entrance. There's such beautiful memories. And Akhtar, we did a show just like a year ago, the big, massive wedding which we did over there, you and us. Ashwin,
yeah. That was hilarious. That was amazing. We had some good times together.
So moving on to Akbar, what are your favorite moments in or iconic clubs for this country?
I feel there's like Akhtar said, Privey in Delhi is very interesting. There are a couple of places in Hyderabad which are awesome, mind-blowing. Don't ask me the names because I don't remember the names, as you know. And we've had a brilliant time in Poison. I think it was such beautiful memories over there with Akhil around. And Enigma was also a very good place where...
Enigma is also good. Yeah, correct.
And going back in time, 1900s had, apparently at that time, I mean, mid-90s, early 90s, 1900 where Akhtar was super, just out of the world. The sound system, I don't know, what was the sound over there, Akhtar?
So in the beginning it was Bose, then they switched on to Nexo and then EVs.
Wow.
Okay.
And Vestex CD player.
Yes, super. And then, like I said, Hyderabad today has a few clubs which are outstanding in terms of, and Bangalore too. I would just name the cities, not forget the names. These places have, evolved. They understand what a night clubbing business is all about. They understand how important the sound is in a club or in a bar or in a lounge.
So in Hyderabad, while you're talking about that, it's Prism, which is the big boy right now, who's doing outstanding work. Prism, the nightclub out there.
Prism is the name. Prism is the name. Yes.
Prism's the big boy over there. Bangalore, obviously, Akbar, Akhil, you'll all remember Nasir Bhai and the club, the amount of fun.
Of course.
Epic.
Yeah. The beginning of this whole thing on clubs in Bangalore.
I'm going to deviate a bit on the topic about education in this field. So today, if a young kid wants to get into the art of music and he wants to learn music because he's seeing such successful careers like yourselves, or a lot of other friends of ours, Arjun Wagle, there's so many different DJs in the space doing great work. But if somebody is looking up to you guys, and what is your one piece of advice to them or guidance? Akhtar, you first.
So I think this is what I address a lot of students. In fact, just a couple of days ago, I was addressing these students at the Lexicon MBA University. So my main thing for advice for youngsters is that take this profession seriously, like how you would take up any other profession. Like if you want to become a pilot or if you want to become an engineer, don't take this profession just for the perks, just because it's cool. If you really have the passion for it, if you really want to understand the technicalities, if you really want to understand the art of DJing, only then come into this profession. Otherwise, don't, this is not something to play around with, fool around with, or this is not something just which is a hobby or a time pass for you guys to do. So if you take something seriously, do it with all your heart. And of course, the sky is the limit.
But in the same breath, a lot of rich kids and rich parents, they would just tell their child, "Oh, you want to become a DJ? Okay, here's the money. We'll buy you a console. And what do you need? Oh, you need a social media manager. We'll just buy you." I think a lot of that's happening today.
But then you eventually you see where they are and where we all are right now. We all have more than 20, 25, 30 years of experience. We still are ruling the top of the niche of the market. So eventually it is quality and content over
Social media
Everything else.
managers.
Social media, I agree, is important, but content is, it's all
Over
about
to you,
content.
Akhil. What is your piece of advice to youngsters in this space?
See, basically, your DJ, what he does is he really entertains the crowd and he makes the people
Entertainer.
dance and makes them happy and he makes them forget their pain, sorrow. He just makes them, enjoy themselves, have a blast. And the night out becomes a great night, or a private party becomes good, or a wedding becomes special. So DJ has to do a lot of work. He has to understand the crowd he plays for. And he's not going there to have fun. He's going there to entertain people. People expect to be entertained, not entertain himself. So a lot of DJs try and go entertain themselves rather than entertaining the public. So it's
Very
very
true.
important you take it, like Akhtar said, like a job. It's not a job, but it's like you got to have certain boundaries, which means you have to entertain people instead of entertaining yourself. You have to play music for people, not yourself. And these are the basic things you need to understand.
Yeah, but having said that, if you had to give one piece of advice to a young kid who wants to enter the space, what would your one-line advice be?
It's a great job. You can make it a career, and just concentrate, work hard, understand your music. Don't be in a hurry to launch yourself soon. You don't really need a social media manager. You need to know how to mix properly. You need to know music, archive for about 20, 30 years at least. And yeah, man, you gotta hear some good DJs like Akbar and Akhtar play and see their flow, how they play, and that's it, man. And jump into the profession. It's a great profession.
Interesting.
And yourself too, Akhil. Don't
Ah,
forget
yes.
yourself too.
And Akbar, what would your one sentence advice be to a young kid who wants to enter the space and he looks up at you guys where you have reached today?
Well, it's a very long, never-ending subject. It's not like I could just put it in 2 words. But I completely agree with Akhil, and I completely agree with Akhtar, whatever they spoke about. And I would say that yes, that this is not something which people think it is, and that for free alcohol or drugs or women and
Well said. Well said.
and having a blast behind the console and playing those 45 Bollywood hits one after the other. It's a journey, and to understand that journey you need to learn this, like do as in the Romans do in Rome, do as the Romans do. You need to, if you are serious about it, go out there, go to Australia, go to Canada, go to America, and get educated in this, because there's a personality build-up. They teach you how to be, what a DJ is all about, the heart of the console, what he's supposed to be, how he's supposed to walk, talk, smell, as a personality build-up overall.
Personality.
And that's what is very important, because he will be meeting and interacting with the corporates. He will be meeting and interacting with the celebrities and the regular everyday guests in and out of his venue. So it's very important for him to understand all these things and then do what he does best behind the console. What kind of music he's playing, what kind of sound he's introducing and feeding the crowd every month and month after month.
I agree with you, but it's a big debate always about children today who they sit at home and prepare sets. I never, you guys have never done that. I've never done that in our lives, because you jump in. You jump in.
I can't.
You can't, because it's like, you're not just a chef who says I need 8 ingredients. You're evolving and incorporating and creating new sounds on the go.
Aman, for us, I'll tell you one thing on this. For us, for like Akhil and Akhtar, myself, and a few more names in the industry, who can afford to do a set in case if you're doing a wedding, or in case if you're doing a corporate which has a particular theme and particular footfall for that particular evening. So you can design that music accordingly, that for that one night. But generally, you can't just make sets and keep on playing those tracks one after the other. It just doesn't happen, and that's not DJing.
Yeah, you got to play on the fly.
Very true. I agree to
on the fly, and that's what I've been saying. And today we find it so funny when we meet up kids and say, oh, I have to work for 2-3 hours or one day before the gig because I have to prepare my set. But closer to home, Akbar, how you were talking, I'd like to just mention closer to home, instead of the Australias and Canadas, we have some great talent over here who are teaching now. I mean, Akhtar teaches on the go at, employs so many kids in different clubs across this country.
But how many people can Akhtar or me or Akhil or anybody like that can take?
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
If you remember, Akbar, having said that, do you remember in 99, 2000, we were with Glamour India, we started one of the first DJ schools.
Was DJ school, yes.
And Denon actually set up the full thing. It was on Hill Road. But closer to home right now, Clement's doing a good job in Bangalore.
He's doing
absolutely. I was about to say.
Yeah,
Suketu's also, Suketu's school is very good. Then Rishabh Law Stories, his school is good. There are a lot of good schools, amazing schools over here.
I'd like to say something about, Rishabh and all, they've got a story behind them. So to create a brand name out of scratch and make it as a Law Stories, extremely intelligent management, Ayushman and his team, the way they actually present an artist and make it into a full package. And that's why they've reached even a Tomorrowland and different stuff. Hats off to them. I mean, they do a good job on that. I'm coming back to, we spoke about education. I'd like to talk a quick 1 minute about Inca, and how we started Inca. And last year is where technically two of our biggest legends got awarded. Akhtar got honored. I won't say awarded. It's an honor for us when we gave him the contribution to nightlife and for all his contribution across this country, helping people. Stuff like what he's even doing right now in this COVID, there's a big post about DJs if you're hungry and, families, and you're sending ration to them. And I think it's a commendable thing, Akhtar, and hats off to you for all your efforts in this. Akbar, obviously, this recognition was so due to him for so many years. And me as a personality, my individual self, I was always trying my best to get him involved in so many things I do. And we kept failing, but finally I managed because this was my baby.
Thank you.
He put our foot down, and Riaz and all of us said he has to get honored for DJ of the decade, and we managed to pull Viraf down. Akhil, ironically, this was your year.
I was just about to say that.
This is my year, bro. This is my year.
This is 2020, and we were going to do 2 decades of Akhil in the music business, man.
But Aman, on the positive note, the year is not yet over, so let's be more positive about it.
Yeah, but considering the amount of holidays Akhil takes and the amount of bank balance, I'm sure he can drive all of us somewhere, and we can make a celebration of it and do something for Akhil in the Inca space. So, jumping to that and talking about personalities and celebrities, I'm going to ask you guys one quick question on your favorite celeb moment. Over to you, Akhtar. Which was your favorite celebrity moment? Either you played for them or had a moment with them. On not a great note, but I know you were very close to Sushant. We've seen a lot of videos with him, and may his soul rest in peace. But definitely, Akhtar, what's your favorite celebrity moment?
So I think in recent times, I would say I was given the opportunity to perform at all the functions of the Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas wedding. So that was fantastic. It was a great experience, and I'd like to thank our dear friend Aditya Motwani.
That was like a father-daughter experience. Sorry, a mother-son experience. What is that? Okay.
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, okay. But apparently...
I got paid for it, so I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, but Aditya had some issues, wardrobe malfunctions. Generally, brides have it, but here the wedding planner had it. No? They made a kurta on the pockets on the wrong side, so he couldn't put his hands in the pockets.
His tailor made the kurta and made the pockets behind. So I saw him in the toilet doing something like, I'm like, what are you doing, dude? He said, dude, I can't reach. My hand can't reach over.
Moving to you, Akhil, one of your favorite moments, you have played for like most of the biggest gigs in this country on the celeb front. So one of your favorite moments and a celeb which you played for.
So one of the best parties I remember was Shah Rukh Khan's house, where everybody was there. Salman was there, Hrithik was there. So the funny part was I was playing one Shah Rukh Khan song. Salman was staring at me, played a Salman song. Hrithik staring at me, played a Hrithik song. Somebody else was staring. So I had to just keep doing that. It was so much fun because they were all coming on their song and they were just all having a great time, But I was really in stress because I'm playing his song, the other guy's giving me the eye. I'm playing his song. The other guy's saying, "Boss, मैं क्या करूँ?" So quickly playing half song and changing.
Yeah, we've had moments like that. We've flown Akbar to IFA. I was one of the key producing team in IFA. I had to keep juggling. We used to juggle parties.
Oh my
because we used to
God,
jump from
that
street
night.
to a suite. Yeah.
Wow.
Jump from
Wow.
street
What a
to-
night.
That was fun. I'm coming back to, I'm going to say one word and one person's name. We're just going to make this a little more fun. One word, one person's name, and you have to give me one word against it. So, music, Akbar, what does it mean to you? One word.
Soul.
Soul. Creativity, Akhtar.
Pornhub.
I like
It's
this guy.
creative. What?
Cheers.
You know how much creativity is there in it? Come on, guys.
Bollywood, Akhil.
Bollywood. Nepotism. That's
Moment of the day.
No, seriously,
Hello?
Bollywood, on a serious note, is music. The best music, Bollywood music is the best music, man. So music.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Aman, he's frozen.
All you guys are frozen. Hello? Can you hear me?
No, I'm on.
Aman, come back. We need you.
Sorry, guys. Hello?
Aman, tusi na jao, wapis aa jao.
Hello?
सीने में जलन
Hello?
LAX under attack. LAX is under attack.
Hello,
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 LAX.
Aman, I'm asking you one word. You tell me what. Can you hear me?
No, he can't. He's frozen.
I think he's gone
Hello,
off.
Bhatia ji. Hi, Suketu.
Hello?
I think they're all here joining somewhere.
I can't hear anything.
Suketu, Bhatia ji, how are you?
Hi, Suketu. Hi, Suketu.
Do we know they are there?
Everybody is tuned in.
Yeah, both are coming. I don't know if they're there. Both were coming.
How can you see? How can you see?
Okay, Aman is not there, so now it's up to me. I'm hosting the show.
Yeah. So, Akhtar, tell me one thing. Huh? Girls or vodka?
Bhajia. In this weather, bhajia.
No,
Onion
vodka
bhajia.
with girl. Vodka with girl.
Sorry.
He's back.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's fine.
It's a little, it's a geo effect.
Sorry?
R&B.
Rhythm and blues.
Yeah, what about rhythm and blues?
No, your one word which could describe that for you.
R&B.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I love
Black-
R&B.
Black
I think
Lives
it's just
Matter.
music for happiness. A lot of happiness. I feel great when I listen to R&B. It reminds me back in the days in the UK, in London. 2-3 hours of R&B music. Excellent.
Slavic.
Heavy, you're too much. Too hard.
Black Lives Matter, man.
No, but coming back to
the George Michael party, Aman.
Yeah.
And the George Michael party, which I did in London for his birthday. I don't know which year's birthday it was. And I had to play R&B, a lot of R&B, and I was so nervous and shaking. But he came back and he said that you played in our hearts, in a very soft voice. So it was.
I remember how you used to tell us about the Prince concert also, which was at Wembley over there, and all those
sign of the times. Sign of the times. Sign of the times.
Amazing moments. Let's move to Akhtar. I mean, this COVID's been a bad hit to everybody and the entire entertainment business and our industry, the F&B industry. What is your take on it? One sentence and a little inspiration moment for the new kids on the block, because
this is the question which you should answer rightfully, because you know best about it. From my side, I will say this, that yes, everybody's taken a hit. It's been over 3 months. We all are sitting at home. We all have families to support. We all have a lot of, especially myself, I have so many DJs and staff who look up to me.
कभी-कभी मुझे जॉर्ज माइकल पे भी शक होता है.
So I said that, like, very soft
Martin, you're the best.
You play in our hearts, you know. Oh, mwah. Oh God.
No, it's been a rough ride for everybody.
But I would give one line to everybody to tell them that stay inspired, stay motivated, be strong, be together. Don't feel shy to ask for help. Call up your friends. This is the time when you can come together. Unite as one. Call them up if you're feeling lonely, depressed. Call one another. Make sure that you are around some people.
I try to keep calling Akil and wave out at Lokanwala because he's here all the time. I thought he stays in Juhu, but now I've been trying to wave out. It doesn't.
I'm sometimes in Juhu, sometimes in Lokanwala, so all over.
Akbar, a quick piece of advice from you because we got a 5-minute wrap up now.
Darling, Aman, I would say, and I've already mentioned that I had made a special video on this subject right in the first month of the coronavirus, the COVID-19 wave. That we have the time. This is the time when we should. एक time होता था हम कहते थे कि हमारे पास time नहीं है. मेरे को ये करना है, I can't complete it. I want to do this, but I don't get the time. I want to spend time with my family. I don't get the time. And this is the time that you've got in hand to do so many constructive things. For example, you can reinvent yourself. And I mentioned that in that video. It was a very long 25-30 minutes video in which I explained the whole thing about reinventing yourself when you have this moment and you have this time that you can do so much better after the COVID-19 is over. And when you're out there, and people, this is for the corporates, this is for the bartenders, this is for the DJs, this is for music producers, for everybody, that they can do so much in this time. Use this time instead of wasting it on thinking that, my God, I'm lost, I'm gone, I'm finished, I'm over. Nothing of that is going to happen. You will survive this. And there will be a better time coming soon, much better time than what it was.
Inshallah,
so reinvent yourself.
For everybody.
Yes, inshallah.
Yeah.
And
Akil,
reinvent yourself and come out there with a bang.
Thank you, Akbar, on that. Akil, what's your quick take on it?
See, basically, it's a big reset button, and everybody has to sit back, think, and relax. And basically, 2020 is gone. Look forward to 2021 and see what you can do, what different you can do. When you come back, DJing is back, clubs are back, people are back. What is different about you? Because you got so much time to innovate. So that's what the thing is. So you got to keep innovating, come back with a bang. That way.
Aman, on that note, I would like to just add a little bit. There was a, audit kind of a research done on this subject. It just came to my mind that in Oxford University, that's the most successful people who passed the Oxford University are who, and this was done like not just for a particular time, over the years, and these were the people who kept it together. Kept it together in the sense they kept the friend circle very close, they kept their family very close, and this is what you need at this time. You need your close ones. Don't lose your friends. Don't lose hope, and keep it all together. Keep your family together. Be with your family, and that's what will make you successful and sane.
Well said. Well said. Very well said.
Very well said, and really appreciate that. And talking about family, I think the first time we have 4 people over here. No, 3 people more there apart from me. Know my mother who's watching also. So big hi to Jyotika. She's watching. My mom and daughter.
Hey Joe. Hi Jyotika.
Hello.
Love you. Miss you.
And Dolly is also here. She knows my mom very well. Okay, guys. Passing over to Dolly. I think we're winding up on time. I want to say a big thank you, Akbar Bhai and Akil. Akil, thanks so much. Akil, we were supposed to meet outside. Are you this side so we can catch up?
Come 9:30. Meet me. 9:30.
That's dangerous. Akbar,
Thank you, Aman. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you, Akil. Thank you, Akbar Bhai. Thank you very much.
And I'd like to leave a small, quick one for the edutainment team. Thank you, Deepak, Anupriya, Sanjana, Archana, whoever's on the team over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deepak, and your entire team.
George Michael paid you cash or kind? Everyone watching, I've got messages.
Okay, but guys, apart from that, for all the kids, for all the students who are watching, and you want to reach out and ask questions, my email is aman@kickstartent.in. But you reach out to the edutainment team, and they'll pass on any stuff to us. And if we as a DJ fraternity or Inca can help you kids, we'd love to always be there for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Inca. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks a lot,
entire
Deepak.
crew.
Over to you, Dolly.
Thank you so much for the awesome panel. What I understood from the panel was a wonderful journey through memory lane. Take your profession as a DJ seriously, only if you have the passion for it. Learn, interact, train, network. Understand your music and innovate and come back with a bang. Thank you so much, everyone, and we will be right back. to the 8th edition of the Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. For all my participants, there is a free aptitude test and career counseling by Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica ISDI, Whistling Woods International. For more details, please visit wex.edutainmentshow.in or call on 98192 39193. Hurry, there are limited slots. For our last session for the day, we have a workshop on character design, powered by Wacom. Let me introduce Giselle. He's a 2D animation professional and a comic artist. Over to you, Giselle.
Hi, guys. I hope you're ready for a really fun session. So, little about myself. I'm a freelance 2D animator, character designer, and an anime style artist from India. I also run India's first manga style webcomic, The Beast Legion. So today I'm going to run through a very fun session that I've learned over the years, working with some of the best animators in the industry. And it's about how you create these character designs from scratch. So if you can see the screen right now, I'll show you some of my designs and then we can start the session. So I do a mix of anime art, animation, illustration. I'll even share a little animation once this whole seminar is done. So as you can see, here are the screen, all my work that I've done, so far, a lot of extra stuff is going to come up, but I'm going to start the session right now and stay with me. It's going to be real fun. So, okay, so here's what we're going to do. I hope you guys can see me. The thing here, the way I basically design secondary characters is a very fun process that I learned from a very talented animator, and it's called create a character. So what I do is I ask people for the first few words that come to their mind. Now, based on those word suggestions, I join them up and I create a character like something you see on screen right now. So yeah, so today we are going to work on that, and the team at Edutainment Show has given me a few cool suggestions. So we're going to work on that. Let me get back to my screen. And I use a software called Clip Studio Paint, and we're going to work on the first character for the day. I'm going to open a new file, and so here are the suggestions that the team has sent me. And I'm just going to write them down. It's peace, Thor, fire, water. So I think these are very normal suggestions, but anyway, heroism. So I'm going to use these three words and basically create a character from these words live right now. So do watch me, and I think you're going to enjoy this session. So we already have peace. So this is going to be like a very peaceful character which combines the fire element and the water element, and he's kind of like a hero. So I'm going to start with this. I'm going to create, let's just say, okay. Just going to create a new layer and we're going to start. So I'm going to make him like a very noble type of an entity. And we'll have to combine all the elements in this. So I basically start with a very rough sketch of what I have in mind. This character is still pretty straightforward. So we're going to give him the Thor element, as well as he's going to be like a flame and water controller. So lightning, fire, water, lots of stuff all in one. So always I start with a base pose and then we'll work over the character design. So stay with me, guys. You're going to enjoy this session. And of course, since he's like the Thor references, I'm going to make him a little more muscular. once this whole thing is done. So this is how I always start. I always create a character layout first. So this is a very rough sketch. And now slowly we'll work over him, the elements and everything that is included in the suggestion. So now that it's Thor, I'm going to start with the face and basically the helmet. So I'm going to give him a more squarish face. So my style is always more towards the manga anime kind of feel. So I'm not going to give him yours right now because he's going to have a helmet on. So again, the software that I'm using right now is Clip Studio Paint, and of course I'm drawing with my Wacom Intuos Pro, sorry. So now we're going to work on the helmet. So I'm going to give him a slightly different helmet. So step by step, we'll work on the whole design. Now, instead of having the wings, I'm kind of going to give him the fire kind of effect. So right now I'm just drawing it in the black pen, and then I'll change the color, of course. And I'm going to give him a cape of sorts. Probably some sort of armor. So this is how I basically work on the characters. The next character I'll be creating will be more of a monster-like character. So it's going to be fun. This is more like a hero. The next one will be more like a monster type of a character. So you get a lot of freedom when you work with creatures and creature design. And that's where this thing comes in very useful, this create a character session, especially when you have like secondary characters that you need to work on. So now we're basically going to give him the power to control water. So I'm doing this completely from scratch. There are plenty of different ways you can create characters based on the prompts. This is just one of the ideas that I have. You can try it on your own. It could be something completely different. And for those of you who are interested in knowing more about my work, checking out more of my stuff, you can go check out my Instagram at www.instagram.com/JazilHart. And after this session is over, I'll be giving you guys a few word suggestions which you can try out, and then you can always tag me on my Instagram post or in my stories or whatever, and you can share your designs with me. I'm going to give him since it's Thor, I'm going to give him a more mythology look. Not necessarily has to be the DC universe Thor. It can be the mythological god. So, of course, the hammer is essential. So I'm going to keep that. But we're going to give this hammer a completely different look. So I'm going to make it more like a dragon. This is how I work, step by step. It just comes along. And of course, I've had experience of over 10 to 12 years. I mean, 10 years of animation. So for me, these things come easy. But I think if you put a little mind to it, it's possible for anyone to create some really cool characters if they put their minds to it. So do give this a try, guys. It's a really fun process of creating characters. We're almost done with this one. Yes, we're almost done with this. I hope you guys are enjoying this. As I said, after I finish the whole stream, I'll be giving you guys suggestions. So whenever you have the time, you can try them out. And once it's done, you can always, share it on Instagram, tag me in any of your posts so that I can get a chance to see your work. Let me just check. I'm just going to use the peace sign, as well as I'm going to show. So there's two ways of showing peace, right? One is the character expression. So he should look like he's at peace. Either that's one suggestion. I'm going to give him some. I'm giving him a more calm expression. That's one way of showing peace. So if I get the time after this whole live stream, I might just color this guy. But right now, I think we're done with one of the suggestions. So this is basically water that we can control at will, and we're going to give it like a flaming hammer, and of course he has flames here as well. So I'm going to make these flames a little more phoenix-like. So yeah, now I think it looks more heroic, I guess. So yeah, this is one of the characters we are going to do. The next one is going to be a lot of fun because it's going to be a monster. So I'm just going to save this one as whatever, hero or something like that. CSP. So I'm going to save this one. And I'm going to create a new file now. And here are the prompts that I'm going to use. Let's see what they've sent. I might just add a few of my own. So, okay. So prompts are Hulk, Flare. I'm going to add mine. I'm going to add Stone. And probably Snake, I guess. What else is there? Strength and Hulk basically go the same way. I think that. So I'm just gonna add, let's just say wood. So these are the prompts that I'm going to use to create the next character. So I'm going to start with the whole snake theme. So this is going to be more like a monster, and he's going to be huge. So snake, and there's Hulk and Flare. So it's going to be a mix of more like a golem. So I'm going to give the mouth of a snake. This guy is going to be huge. Let me just take him in a new layer. Okay. Now he's in a new layer, so I can like work on him at ease. So as I said, the first thing I always do is, create like a template for the character. I'm just going to scale it down a bit. Now we can fit him into the screen. Guys, I seriously hope you're enjoying this session. As I said, the possibilities are limitless with these designs. You could actually create a stone golem with a, with a snake-like ability or something like that. I'm basically using the snake as the main prompt and then going to add the elements one by one. And then I'm going to slow down and even show you some of the designs that I've already done. Although you can see them on my Instagram page, that's instagram.com/jazilh.art. That's JAZYLH.ART. So now that this guy is almost done. Okay, so here's the basic template, right? So we have snake. I'm going to give him a wooden type of a helmet. All right. And we're going to make his one arm made of stone completely. So we're going to change this and we're going to give him a rock-like arm. So he can easily pound stuff with it. And of course, then I'll add some extra elements to make the design a little more, unique. So always, guys, make sure you try to figure out ways to make your designs unique with the armor, just maybe scars on the face. It should look like, you've put an effort into your design. This is something I've learned with working with a lot of great animators over the years. So, okay, so I have a template now ready for this guy, and we're going to make a full-fledged proper version of him. So I'm going to scale down the transparency and work over this and go into the details. So I think you guys will find this one more interesting than the previous character because the previous character is more human-like. This is, of course, like a more monster type of a character, which I personally love creating. And that's what I basically excel in. So every time an animated show needs some monsters, I've always loved to work on that. Now, see if I'm just going to add some details. So here's the stage where you fill in all the details and stuff like that. So I variate my strokes very carefully when I'm doing my details. And I think it's very necessary for every artist to have a style of their own, which obviously comes with a lot of practice. We're going to give him this wooden type of a helmet. So how do you show wood? So basically you add texture so that it looks a little more authentic. This is basically just part of his armor. And as you can see, I'm going to give him a little bit of a scar across his face. Just so you know that he's like a battle-torn veteran. See, these are small details that go a long way when you finalize the design. So I hope you guys are taking tips from this. And just to make it a little more scary, I'm going to give him like a skull type of armor. This is just so that it looks a little more intimidating. And And you see these lines that I'm drawing right now, they are basically the depth lines. So you know that there's a protruding kind of a structure coming from the character. Of course, that as you grow as an artist, these things will come naturally to you guys. I'm just showing you just a few tips on how to get it done. So now if you can see the armor, his armor basically resembles a snake as well. So this is the kind of mouth structure. And I'm going to give a little more detail on his armor now. So if you notice, his whole armor also resembles a snake. You can maybe add, and of course, this would be the tongue. So these are just like design elements that I'm adding. So this is how the character is probably shaping up to look like. So he has a rock-like arm. So this is going to be all solid stuff. So his whole arm is kind of substituted with rock, and so we've basically done the Hulk element, the rock element, the stone element, snake, wood is covered. The only thing that's left now is flare. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him, flare can be anything. It can be light, it can be a flame. So I'm going to give him a unicorn-like horn. That's going to be the flare part that's coming out of his head. And I think we still have some time, so I might just color this guy as well, if we are done in time. I wasn't expecting it to get done this quickly, but touch wood, I think I'll have time to color this guy. So stay with me, guys. And just want to thank the guys at Edutainment Show, Event Capital, and Wacom for giving me this opportunity with you guys to share my work live. We've been planning it for quite some time, and I'm really happy that I got this chance to work with you guys. We're just going to show some scales. I'm not going to go too much in detail with the scaly part. And of course, now we have the tail. So we're basically done with this big guy. I'm going to give him a more okay. So we're done with, I don't know what to call him. We'll give him a name later. Maybe once I post this up on Instagram, I'll give him a name. I'm just going to add some extra elements like rock structures just to show that he has an arm. Yep. So this guy here is done. So we did 2 characters basically in a span of, I think, how much? 35 minutes, I guess. And now I'm gonna, since we have time, I'm actually gonna color this one. So stay with me, guys. I hope you all are gaining some tips from this. And as I said, once the live stream is over, I will give you around 4 word suggestions, and you can feel free to try drawing your own versions of your characters. It's always great to see variation coming out, how everybody uses a different set of imagination. So it's going to be really fun if you guys participate. And as I said, once you're done, you can always put it in your Instagram stories or posts and tag me so that I get to see what you guys have come up with. And I always share it in my stories, so you'll get a little bit of exposure as well. So I'm going to now color this particular character, and I'm going to use a very unique color set. So this is just how to, how you can add a lot to your characters. Oh, okay. Here's a bit of a problem. So I forgot to fill in the gap. We're going to fill in this gap. Okay, cool. I think we'll get this done by 7:30, which is the time limit. Of course, Clip Studio Paint is absolutely amazing when it comes to, ease of your using your pen tablet. Lots of tools, including curves, line art, for line art, geometry, etc. Very amazing software. I definitely recommend it. And of course, with the Wacom, it just works like a charm. So of course, I don't have time to explain the whole coloring process, but if you guys are following me, just check it out. So color schemes for characters is also equally important as much as the character itself. So always try varying with your color schemes. Don't use too many bright colors, especially if the characters you're drawing are for animation and stuff like that. Because bright colors usually backfire big time when it comes on screen. So just a point to be noted. So I'm keeping the colors as subtle as possible. And it's just a personal choice. I mean, I don't have anything set in mind for this character. I'm just doing it as it goes. Add a little bit of golden touch to the character. Or this is wood. So it's fun. And so this is his wooden helmet. And of course, we're going to color the scar as well. So when I color, I'm pretty random. I don't fix to like, if I'm doing an armor, I just color the armor first. Whatever comes to mind, I kind of pick up and I color. And I'm going to give him blue eyes. So this is the stone type arm, so I'm going to keep it grayish. Okay. So I'm going to make it a little darker. Now, I guess you guys can see that the color is not going above, beyond the, it's staying within the boundaries. So I've used a clipping mask for that. So that makes things a little more easier. And coming back, I'm going to work on his collar now. No, I think I'll stick with the darker color. Okay. Voice is closed. I hope you guys are enjoying this, guys. I hope some of you learn from these tips that I've given you. Just try as many characters as you can, especially if you like drawing, if you're planning to get into artwork, concept art. This is a very good, first step to learning these things because it pushes your imagination to the next level. So definitely keep this in mind. I always use it, especially when it comes to designing secondary characters. It really helps out. So this is flare, so I'm gonna give it a blue flare, in fact, so it looks a little more authentic. And of course, since it's a flare, I need to keep it like a flaming sort of a thing. Let's just see. Okay. I will add more effects as I go. And I'm going to change the line art for this. Sorry about that. So I think we're almost done with this guy. And the shoulder pad is done. He is complete. I'm going to make a shoulder pad made of wood as well. So yeah, he's completely done. I'm just going to shade him now. That's all that's left. Okay. We'll have around 10 to 15 minutes to go, so I'll just quickly finish this up. I'm just giving him some finishing right now. A different type of color. Of course, I would go in a lot more detail if I had the time, but right now we're running out of time, so I'm just going to speed things up a little. But I think we're almost done.
Giselle, we have 10 more minutes remaining for the
Yeah, absolutely. I'm almost done. So guys, this is what we've come up with. Obviously, I'll be adding some more finishing touches after I'm done, and I'll be posting it on my Instagram. Just so you know, my Instagram is it's at jazyl.art. So you guys can follow me there. And as I said, I'm going to give you a few suggestions. So if you have your pen and papers ready, just take these down. I'm just going to write them here in this file itself. So suggestions are squid, chair, king. What should I add more? Probably water. And let's just say, what should we add? Cactus. So these are the suggestions I'm giving you guys. It's squid, chair, king, water, cactus. If you would like to take a go at it, definitely give it a shot. Post it on Instagram, tag my ID, drizzleh.art, and let's see what you guys come up with. I hope to see you guys entering this, anyone who's participating here right now. So please do that. And I guess these two are the characters that we did in today's live stream. I just want to thank all of you for participating. And before I leave, I'm just going to leave you with a little bit of animation from my webcomic series, that is the Beast Region. It's something, this particular animation is something I've created completely solo. So if you're an animator, remember, always take the first step. Once you take the first step, everything becomes easier. But unless you don't take that, things are always going to be difficult. So I basically actually started an animation just for my series, and I did it completely solo. So I want to inspire you guys to create your own, content, original content, because that's what we need right now in the Indian market. So I'm going to leave you with this particular introduction. And thank you so much for joining my stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm just going to say this.
Giselle, before we log off, there were two questions that the participants had asked.
Sure.
The first question is, as a beginner level, which pen tab is useful?
So I would always suggest going for a Wacom Intros if you're a beginner. Wacom 1 is also a good option, but I would always recommend spending a little more and going for the Intros, because it's a tablet that's going to last you for at least 5 years or so. It has a very good durability, and especially if you use it with software like Clip Studio, Photoshop, it has like perfect synchronization with that. And the best part is the battery doesn't need charging. Your pen doesn't need to be charged. So I basically use Wacom all the time. I can recommend you that. Of course, then the higher level is the Cintiq, but I don't think you need to invest that much at the first go if you're a beginner.
Okay. And the second question is, which app are you using?
So yeah. So right now, the app that I was using was, of course, Clip Studio Paint. It's a brilliant app. It's a permanent license. You don't have to renew it every year. I think they have discounts every 4 months, so you have to keep watching out for the Facebook page. And if you're lucky, you can get the entire software for around $150 USD. And I highly recommend using it because it's what I use for my comics, illustrations, and everything. Only when it comes to animation, I use different software. So the software name is Clip Studio Paint EX. I hope that was clear.
Yes, those were the two questions we had. So you can proceed with...
I will just end this session with this particular animation clip. I hope you guys enjoy it. And I just want to thank you guys from Edutainment Show and Wacom for giving me this opportunity. I hope a lot of people enjoyed both these character designs. And again, I'll be finishing them up and putting them on my Instagram. So do check it out. And coming back to the animation now. Yep, so that was it. So this is basically a intro for my webcomic, The Beast Legion. You can read it free online. So do give it a go. And again, for everything else, you can go to my Instagram page. So I'm going to leave you guys here. I thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And I guess we can end the session here. Is that okay, Dolly?
Yes, that is perfectly fine. I want to say thank you so much.
My pleasure. It was great being a part of this event.
It was a pleasure having you on board as well. Thank you again so much for this wonderful session. In the coming few days, for the panelists, we do have an interesting set of discussions and workshops coming up. We have something in filmmaking, we have something in journalism, learn about how your passion can become your bills-paying career, and more. I want to thank everyone for being a part of today's session, and we are going to be signing out for the day and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you so much again.